All right, go ahead.
Okay, as the Oregon Department of Forestry, ODF, continues to navigate financial obligations and cash flow, I am grateful for the support from the governor's office, the legislature, and the Department of Administrative Services. I am truly thankful for the dedication of this work group. It is evident that fire seasons are not improving. They're not going to get easier. And your contributions are crucial in securing adequate funding to address this ongoing issue. So I thank you for your hard work, and I'm wishing you a very productive working session. So I'll do that to Chief.
Thank you, Doc. Well, first I just want to give a shout out to the team for planning this, ODF for hosting. Thank you all for the work that you put into our second in-person meeting. And thank all of you for being here, either in person or online. I think you summed it up well. I think all of us have experienced some sort of part of this historic fire season. And what I thought was really interesting is that for some of you, I met you the first time in June, and that relationship continued through fire season. It really displayed that it took every level of government, from landowners to RPAs to locals and to states. And I just want to say thank you. I was talking with Pat Scrip about how did this fire season treat us, right? And it really was, it was a slog. And I don't think that we could have survived it without many of you that are in this room. That I would love to, I know I'm lucky to stand side by side with, I know that of my ODM brothers and sisters, and I know that of all of you that helped to keep the fires to the best that we could this summer. So I just want to say thank you. I think that tees up the need for this kind of collaboration, not only out in the field during fire season, but in the room where we're trying to figure out what does the future financial look like for us for both agencies. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I wish you also a successful, I don't know about the bar, but I wish you a successful session here too. Thanks, Robin.
Thank you. For agency, project leads want to say anything, or can you give them the governor's office? Any opening comments from the governor's office?
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. All right, I sat with the governor yesterday on this topic, on this work group. She sends her regrets, unable to make it. Today, we're working on calendaring to try to make the 7th November or the December 3rd meeting. So we'll do our best there. Regardless of her presence, yes, Doug Graff, Governor's Office, Wildfire Military Advisor. She clearly understands the gravity of the situation and expects that all Oregonians understand this after the season that we've had. And we don't have to rehash the numbers and experience. Many of you experience it in different ways. Thank you for your service in addressing the issues. Recognizes there's broad statewide solutions that are needed. Recognizes that the power is in this room. What served me well in my career is always speaking truth to power. And you may not see this every day or recognize it, but in my experience, in my eyes, this is the power in the room. So I want to speak truth to you all. We serve, you're representing a wide variety of Oregonians, and as executive branch, we serve Oregonians. And you are challenged to come up with how you want the future wildfire protection, mitigation response to look like in the state of Oregon. It's in your hands, and the power in this group could become a coalition that meets with the legislature with these new ideas. That is our task. So it's going to take a coalition to deal with some of the big ideas, the big broad solutions that you're talking about. And I think it's going to take sector by sector engagement. Some real deliberate engagement to the best of your abilities. And we're starting that conversation today. So I encourage you to think deeply about how fire has impacted your sector, how it impacts the state of Oregon, and how you're gonna guide this conversation into the legislature to change the outcome of inaction. Sustainable funding as necessary to address this coming off this fire season, no other way to express how important this is. But it's in your hands, I think, to start really thinking deeply about this. So our objective here today is, and continues to be, create the environment that we can collectively come up and inform the report that the agencies have to provide from the legislature. Okay, I'll be brief. That's it.
All right, so let's acknowledge our work group. Let's do some introductions just of the work group members. So we can make very visible who is in this process and who's been really leaning into this work since we began in June. So we don't have like 25 microphones, so if you could just pass it around. But I'd really like to just start with the work group members. I know we have a lot of support around the room and in the room, but I'd like us to really kind of amplify the work group right now. So I'm gonna start with you, Brendan. Pass it to the next work group.
Good morning, everyone. Brandon Firster with the Association of Oregon Counties. I do natural resources and land use policy on behalf of Oregon's local government counties. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Chad Washington with Oregon Forest Industries Council, and I'm Director of Forest Protection.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Ranges. I'm the Oregon Forestry Manager at Roseburg Resources.
Morning, Kyle Smith, the Nature Conservancy of Oregon.
Good morning, Roger Byers, Small Woodlands owner, and also representing Oregon Small Woodlands Association.
Good morning, everyone. Brian Stewart, Assistant Chief of Wildfire here representing the Oregon Fire Chiefs and the 305 organizations.
Frank Day, Lieutenant River Ranch, Fire and Rescue. I'm representing the Oregon Volunteer Firefighters Association.
Good morning, fresh from Bolivia, Carl Kenning, Oregon State Firefighters Council, and we represent the 3,800 career firefighters, paramedic, and wildland professionals throughout the entire state of Oregon.
Casey Kula, Oregon Wild, and I guess we're going this way. We'll jump to you all. Don't worry, we'll get to you.
Hi, I'm John Fink from Oregon State University, representing research.
Good morning, Brennan Reynolds, Chair of the Emergency Firehouse Committee.
Good morning, everybody. Pat Scribb, representing Operating Protective Associations.
Good morning, Barry Bishu, State Director, Oregon Washington Bureau of Land Management.
Good morning, James Hall, representing Confederated Tribes, Umatilla Indian Reservation.
Jim McCauley, Ledge Director, League of Oregon Cities.
Good morning, Anne Marie Storms, Deputy Fire Marshal at Kaiser Fire, representing the Oregon Fire Marshals Association.
I'm a delegate rancher in Grant County and Baker County, representing Oregon Cattlemen's Association.
First of all, Mark Bennett, Baker, wait a minute, W-PAC, Baker County Rancher, also now Malheur County Rancher. But first of all, I really want to commend everybody for coming to the east side. Senator Golden mentioned that he had to drive as far as normally I have to drive. So it's great to see you here on the east side, and welcome. And we're glad to talk to you.
What's the W?
Oh, actually, I'm just off the WPAC. So it's the Wildfire Policy Advisory Council to the legislature and to the governor's office. It's 19 members at large, and I was the chair for the first 2 terms, and my good colleague there, Jim, is still there along with anybody else here from the WPAC. Anyway, so there'll be continuity. Now.
I think we have a number of members on the Zoom, so we can do intros from the Zoom. Okay, Bill and then Kenton.
This is Bill Boost. I'm Fire Chief for Center Fire Department representing Special Districts Association of Oregon.
Hi, good morning. Kenton Bryan here with Northwest Insurance Council, and it's just a terrible fact that I'm not able to be there with you today because two of my favorite words in the English language are steakhouse and saloon, and I'm stuck in Olympia. Sorry I can't be with you, but glad to join you remotely.
Good morning, Bonnie Bryan, representing Cow Creek Bend, Umpqua Tribe of Indians.
Genoa Ingram, Oregon Fire District Directors Association.
All right, I'm Mari. Oh, and Mari.
Hey, good morning. This is Mari Kramer from the Siletz Tribe.
Thanks so much. Okay, we also have a number of agency staff who have been supporting this effort. If we could just get a shout out to all of you folks, you can stand up or wave your hand, but there's a lot of people that have put some effort into this. So you know who you are, put your hands up or stand up. Thank you. Thank you. We've got a number of folks online too who have been making really important contributions to this effort over the months, including through the fire season. So just want to doubly acknowledge that. Anything from our? Yes, and I do want to also acknowledge Kyle and Travis, who are the project leads for the agencies in this work. You really have been the convening faces and voices of this conversation on behalf of the agencies, have pulled information together, have provided a lot of grounding and foundation to the work group along the ways. And we're going to hear a lot more from them today. So I'll turn it to you in a little bit. Also want to acknowledge our ex officios who are playing an important part in this process. And particularly today, we want to, we're really welcoming of some observations and comments from all of you. So if we could just have our ex officios quickly show your faces and names. We'll do some quick intros there. But if we could have your comments at the end of the day after you hear some of the conversation.
Jim Kelly, Board of Forestry.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Andrew Stolpe, State Insurance Commissioner.
Fred Geron, State Senator. I'm John Lively, State Representative from Springfield.
Jeff Golden, State Senate, District 3, which is the Rogue Valley, and Chair of the Natural Resource and Wildfire Committee. You know, anybody not done before?
Any other ex officios that I've missed in the room or on Zoom? Okay, so let's get underway. Here's a quick review of our agenda for today. We have quite a bit that we want to get through. I will just say that the primary purpose for today and really the airtime and space was to enable some of the kind of sector-specific work group members to bring forward some ideas about contributions and ideas that might come from their particular sector. That's a big part of this conversation today. But I do want to just reflect back. For those of you who haven't been plugging in on the daily like we have, where have we come from and what have we done so far? And so I just want to kind of share that with all of you as a reminder and also kind of as this is an important milestone in the process. We first got together on June 3rd in Central Oregon. That was the kickoff. Had an opportunity to actually bring everyone together to really commence this effort. We had a lot of conversation at that time about what might be some collective or shared principles for this work. What are we actually what are our kind of roots and foundations for engaging in this conversation, problem solving in this conversation. More on that in a minute. I want to pull those up in just a moment. From there, you know, we were kind of full blown into fire season, and a lot of the agencies and a lot of folks that are in this room were pulled in that into that immediate response direction. And yet the work group pulled some ideas forward through an exercise we did, and people actually contributed something like 75 different solution ideas. And so we've been working with that a little bit. We had some iterative conversations over the summer and into early fall. Some deliberations, some discussions around which of these ideas might actually have some momentum, pros and cons. From there, the agencies and the state, really through the Legislative Revenue Office, brought forward in September some analysis of some of the statewide reallocation, I think we're calling them, ideas. We'll revisit those today, but there was a number of ideas that had floated that we did some analysis around, and the group was able to absorb that and have conversations about that. And then from there, we really did invite the presentations and the ideas that are coming forward today from some of the sector groups. This isn't the last stop. We have 2 more meetings on the books, November 7th and December 3rd. That would sort of be the sort of milestone for what now is required of the agencies to submit a progress report to the legislature at the end of, by the end of December, I think is the deadline. So we're going to make as much progress as we can to inform that progress report. And today and November are still about kind of pulling ideas together and assembling those into what might be comprehensive solution sets. We're still working in this space of trying to work towards some agreements and determining where there are alignments, but really as of yet, we haven't pushed to determine where you have specific alignments or not. We're starting to filter those through, but we'll be really kind of working for that convergence by December. So we have a few more months, which might seem really short to some of us and might seem like a long time to others, to get there. So today, again, I'm hoping that people can, you know, continue to come in the spirit of trying to learn from each other and really putting some goodwill onto the table. The other thing that we sort of identified, I guess, was a funding model. Like, what would a comprehensive funding model look like? And it actually speaks to the principles that the group came up with. So I have a slide there. Not sure which order, but we might pull that up if we could. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Here it is. So really, there's different buckets of where funding might come from. We have this idea of the general fund / reallocation of state funds. I mentioned that a moment ago. We'll come back to that conversation today. And then we have these 2 kind of new source buckets. One is sort of targeted, we were calling them sector specific, but really it's sort of targeting toward a particular payee. And then there's kind of a broad, which would be sort of a broader collective of people who pay into that. That would be a source that would come from a broader network of payees, let's say. And then there's also the call to kind of examine what the existing funding structure is. And so there is a piece around this, around looking at what the landowner assessments and sort of how that feeds into the funding system writ large. It touches but a piece of what the overall that we're talking about, but it is a component that has been part of what the direction assignment from the legislature clarified in the budget notes. We'll be addressing that as well. And that's going to be a big part of today's conversation too. So if we could just kind of go back into the principles. We've looked at these several times, but we haven't really come back around to sort of reaffirm what principles we're working with, what principles you as the work group are working with. So the words in black on this page will be familiar to you. That's the sort of shared principles that we've developed in July and we've sort of been working with since. I just took a step back to really look at these and say, what is it that we're really saying here? And I offer this as an opportunity to verify that with. And so we see this first one around, that this long-term and durable funding for wildfire response mitigation should be a priority investment of the state or for the state. To me, that indicates that there's support for including a state investment in comprehensive proposal for sustainable funding. Not the end all be all, but it is a part of this, and I think that's a premise that we've been working with since the beginning. Secondly, there's an important aspect of financial solvency of the agency's wildfire programs, which I see as an indication that you recognize the existing wildfire programs are valuable and should continue. Thirdly, that mitigation response are interdependent functions of cohesive wildfire strategies, and that both need to be adequately funded. To me, this indicates a recognition of support for a strategy of collaborative, multi-pronged efforts and investments into safe and effective wildfire response, fire adapted communities, and resilient landscapes. All words that you know very well. That there's an alignment of response mitigation costs that reflect shared responsibility and benefits among all Oregonians and visitors to the state. So to me, that interprets as it's a support for a diverse, potentially broader than existing portfolio of payees into the system. And that funding should go to protect all benefits of wildfire response mitigation. The all Oregonian problem, all Oregonian benefit is also a phrase that we've been working with. This next one is around strategies that consider equitable, affordable, and sustainable contributions from payees, including in kind. To me, this was an indication, a recognition of the challenges that landowners have experienced with the rising costs and requisite burdens of paying for wildfire under the current funding structure. So this was one of the premises of pulling this conversation together. Some people are calling it the landowner offset issue that you all have been challenged by over the last several years. And then finally, that the funding strategy should aim to maintain high standards of service, meeting the missions for protecting life, property, and natural resources. This again indicates a recognition existing response and mitigation system is high functioning and continues to meet high standards of service year to year. And that existing entire response system is stressed. And we've seen it in real time this year. So that's my offer to you of a reflection of what really these conversations have been about and what your foundation, we presume, is for this work. And so I just want to sit with that. And if any of the work group members feel like there's something amiss here or that we've gotten something off here, it's probably important at this stage to raise that. But I think these are sort of the reasons that we're in this discussion. Any questions or comments about that from the work group?
No, thank you for doing that. Just said thank you for doing that.
I'm happy to provide a comment. And mostly it's just
Casey, Oregon Wild, mostly to suggest that while I appreciate your thoughtfulness, the red letters are something that you proposed. You think this is like an interpretation of the black, and we spent a lot of time talking about the black. So I don't want to overemphasize the red just because we should all have an ongoing conversation probably about whether we agree with all the words that are in there. Just to flag. Well, I'm gonna look at them, but yeah, just like we did have a lot of conversations about it.
Yeah.
And as you know, some of them, the red one or the black ones, I don't necessarily agree with the interpretation.
Can you tell the group more about that, Casey?
Well, to recap, I think the last one that on the principles specifically that got was an emphasis on prioritizing human safety. And that's not there, and I think it's important that it be there.
And I guess while I have the microphone though, the governor has been very careful with general fund revenue this budget season, as we all know. And so I look at the number one up there, and if we're talking about general fund as a priority investment for the state, I confess that I have a hard time prioritizing. If we're talking about like 1, 2, 3, to prioritize general fund revenue to pay for wildfire when we have education. And apologies, I have kids, so if we're like, maybe we should have that conversation about how far up the list we want to push general fund revenue for wildfire. That compared to other things.
Any other reflections? Certainly not words I want to put in your mouths. It was an offering of what does it actually mean and why are we here? So let's absorb it and we can come back around to this conversation as we go throughout the day, but just appreciate the reflections back. All right, I think that's enough of me talking. I want to just make sure I didn't get any other housekeeping off before we're moving into sector presentations. Our facilitation team did not actually introduce ourselves. I'm Rhonda Harkless, directing the Working Consensus Program.
And I'm Sylvia Tuberowski. Nice to see everyone again. And yeah, let's go do some more intros over here.
I am the committee. I'm managing the Zoom.
Hello, everyone. Sophia Castellanos. Good to see you all. All right, thank you. Just stay over here. This is a great room. And also we're going to be walking around a lot with the microphones. Okay, so in a minute, we're going to get into the sector presentations, and let's go to the next slide here. And just as a bit of a recap again, if you all were with us for the summer meetings, you know that we spent a lot of time getting to, oh, great, yes, the comprehensive funding concept. So we sort of had a lot of ideas with the group and coalesced a little bit around this sort of framework for thinking about different funding sources, including broad new sources, kind of getting to the all Oregonians pay in piece, looking at the existing landowner assessments and structure and thinking about how that can be improved, looking at general fund, and then lastly, looking at these targeted new sources. So that's the piece of the puzzle that we're really talking about today. And important to remember that this is in context of all of the 4 bubbles, right? It's just one piece of it. Let's go to the next slide. And so at our last subgroup meeting, we asked this slide, perfect. At our last subgroup meeting, we asked different sectors to come up with ideas for funding strategies that they think could work for them. So what you sectors being folks and groups that have a nexus to wildfire funding, that particularly benefit from or pay into the system in a specific way. So here we were looking at all of these different sectors: utilities, local governments, the insurance sector, conservation groups, forest industry, small woodlands, agriculture, rangelands. All of these sort of have a specific nexus to wildfire funding. And so we asked them to kind of go back and think about what could you bring to the table as one piece, again, of the puzzle of additional funding or different funding for wildfire mitigation and readiness and response. So today we're going to ask these representatives of these different groups who so kindly and worked really hard to come up with ideas to bring their presentations forward. And we'll have about 15 minutes per group, give or take. Some of you have slides or presentations, some of you don't, and that's fine. And then we'll have time for work group questions and conversation, but we really want to focus your conversation on the ideas here, not the ideas that you think should work outside of the ideas presented here, because we will have time for that later today. So if you're seeing, hearing something today and you think a different idea could work better, or you have additional other ideas, save that for the second half of today's meeting. And we'll try to rein that in a little bit too. We want those ideas, of course. We just want today, this morning, to really be focused on the sector ideas. So before lunch, we're gonna hit the first 4 bullets, and after lunch, the last 2 bullets. But we do have some folks that weren't able to come today or bring their ideas forward today. So Billy Terry with Utilities does have an idea to present, but we'll be bringing that in November because he was not able to join today's meeting. So we'll start with local government, and then Kenton Bryan is online for insurance, and then with conservation, Dylan Cruz is gonna do a little bit of a report out at that time too. Hopefully we'll get him online by the time we get there. So to start, I am going to hand it over to Jim McCauley and Brandon Persinger to talk a little bit about their ideas. And Jim, you sent over the slides, so just let us know when you want your first slide to be popped up.
I think I'll stand on this side to make the communication easier. So again, Jim McCauley, Village Director, League of Oregon Cities, also WEPAC member. My portfolio that I focus on for the league is primarily transportation and wildfire. And then I manage a staff of 5 lobbyists as well. So a couple of comments before I really start. One thing is you're gonna notice there's 0 branding on this slide deck. And that's because this is not something that LOC is advancing as something that we can support at this point in time. But I felt it was important enough to at least provide some context so you understand kind of the structure of TLT. I think the other part to let you understand is I am not an expert on this thing at all. There are far more qualified folks in the state that can walk you through it. So what you've got in your materials is both a slide deck, but also a report from Eco Northwest from 2020 that kind of gets into some of the details, some of the minutia, and some of the changes historically. The final piece that I think is important for context is to recognize, and you'll see this as we get into the slide deck, the importance of local revenue sources to fund some of those core services that are out there. We did a survey in the spring of this last year in terms of budget stability with our members. Not everybody has a surplus the state has been operating off of for the last several years, even throughout the pandemic. So a full third of our members were already making budgetary decisions, either staffing reductions or reductions in core services, and that was about 6-8 months ago. That survey also indicated that before we get out of this current fiscal year, more than half of our cities out there are going to be faced with the same type of budgetary limitations. So that's something to keep in mind as we go through this. I think we've all talked about whatever revenue source we come up with, or whatever revenue package that we come up with, we're already paying into the system. I think that's full acknowledgement from our side, from anything on the insurance side, utility side, et cetera, et cetera. So whatever package we come up with, there's gonna have to be an understanding that you're basically bumping up revenue that is already being paid into the system to deal with wildfire protection. So, next slide. Or first slide. So if you could advance as I'm going through. So transient lodging tax has been in place since well before 2003. The reason I'm really kind of starting with 2003 is that's really where things changed in terms of the use of transient lodging tax dollars that are generated. Next. So in 2003, legislature passed a statewide TLT of 1% to promote tourism in Oregon. This legislation also included significant limitation on the use of new revenue at the local level. I was not working on behalf of local governments back in 2003, but what I can offer is that prior to that time frame, there was quite a bit more flexibility on what local governments could do with their own TLT generated revenue. Any new revenue post 2003 had to be subject to basically a 70-30 split. So keep going. So what this split requires is that 70% essentially any new revenue that was added to an existing local TLT had to be spent on promoting tourism. Effectively telling people where the Pendleton Roundup was or where the beach was. That's really what it comes down to in terms of tourism promotion and things that nature. You couldn't use it on infrastructure. You can't use it to deal with, say, tourism crowds. So if you look at the coastal areas, seaside, Bandon, those are all community service delivery mechanisms just on public safety that are built for their community, not 200,000 people that come in every weekend. Okay, next. Keep going. So, local governments, including cities and counties, have the authority to impose local TLT. Next. The TLT is levied on hotels, bed and breakfast, hotels, private campgrounds, vacation rental operators, third-party marketplace, et cetera, et cetera. So anybody who stayed overnight, your bill is going to have some kind of a TLT percentage. Anybody staying at these facilities paying the tax, and the collection of the tax allows for the local jurisdiction or actually Department of Revenue to go through the collection of that tax. Some of the smaller jurisdictions don't have the resources physically to do it, so they rely on the state. And then there's also leakage. With the emergence of all these third-party platforms, Airbnbs and things of that nature, not all of the operators who have sites or have their own, we'll say rooms that they're renting out or facilities, I'll say are above board. So they try to game the system, basically put those sites only on after 6 or 8 o'clock at night and pull them off at midnight to try to get basically folks to sign up during that time frame and then not be subject to any of the tax. Next. Within the TLT structure, there are 7 different tourist regions across the state. Next up. So again, it goes throughout Oregon. The importance of each of these tourist regions, they all have, I'll say, kind of a board or commission type of structure. They refer to them as DMOs, destination management organizations. They are effectively in charge of how to spend that local TLT, and they are part of that oversight on where that money goes. And then they usually include a mix of, I'll say local governments, but primarily hoteliers, restaurant folks, and anybody related to tourism and stuff. So this, I think, is helpful because one of the principles that we've talked about is wanting to have something that's statewide, that is broad-based in terms of revenue. So in Oregon, next slide. There's 120 jurisdictions total that have an existing TLT in place. Next up, 16 counties, next, and 104 cities. So we're a little short on coverage. There's 36 counties in the state, which means there's 20 counties that do not have a TLT, and those are articulated or shown essentially in the white. There are 241 cities in the state with only 104 that physically have a TLT in place. So again, coming out fairly short in terms of coverage statewide for TLT collection. Next up. Keep going. So I am borrowing a lot of this information from, as I mentioned, this 2020 report from Eco Northwest that's in the materials. And also revenue office, Chris Allen, as we get to the later slides. So this is just a bubble chart, trying to depict what the total TLT revenue is by jurisdiction or by region. Obviously, the Portland metro area dominates it, but you can see some fairly sizable bubbles on the coast and in some Oregon. Next up. Keep going. When you convert that to per capita, that's really kind of the eye opener and why I said on the front end of this, the importance of these local revenue sources. Clearly the coast range, or the coastal strip, has a really significant dependence on TLT revenue. Next up. Legislative history, all important. As I mentioned, it really kind of started with 2003 forward, but really some significant adjustments made in 2016. House bill passed, 4146. And basically that created a TLT rate increase statewide from 1% to 1.8%. Primary purpose was to collect additional revenue to help pay for some of the infrastructure needs to attract an international track and field event to Oregon. And it was limited because that increase of 0.8% was only gonna go until 2020, and then it reverted back to 0.5. So effectively, the state did get a 0.5 point bump permanently as a result of this legislation. And there was also some additional guidelines for the use of this additional revenue, which again, I could go into a rabbit hole on what that looks like, but it gets pretty directive in terms of how the funding was spread across the state. Thanks. This is really to help illustrate the range of some of the revenue that's out there or available coming out of these cities. This is not the full spectrum. This is just intended to kind of give you a sense on what it looks like, whether you're in Jefferson County, Prineville, Redmond, what have you. Local TLTs are typically in that, let's say, 6 to 8% range. There are a number of jurisdictions that are on the low end of 2 or 3% as well. Not a huge amount of change in that time frame, but again, anything past 2003, 70% of that new revenue had to go for tourist pollution only. Next up. So Chris Ellenack helped out with this. These are the revenue projections. So basically that top line goes by median, and that is just strictly the 1.5% that the state is already receiving at this point. If you looked at a 1%, that's your next line. Third line again gives you another scenario. If you bumped it up to the full 5%, and then if you did an additional 1.5%, you effectively would be generating, starting out, $51 million for the biennium, and that would go up over time. These are all projections based on basically tourism in the state and recreation things of that nature. Next up. So that's really it. The whole point here was to try to give you just an overview of what TLT looks like. Happy to take any questions, but I think you'll give Brandon a chance to offer some comments.
Jim. Give all of you the chance to stretch your neck, and I'll stand over here. I think what's important to know from the county's perspective is that whatever the percentage that made up that 70%, counties are not allowed to change it. Local governments are not allowed to change it. So if of all of the revenue that came in, say 50% of it was allocated towards tourism promotion, we're locked in. And it shall stay at that amount. We can increase it, but we cannot decrease it. So as folks start thinking about whether TLT is potentially an option, you know, the counties would tell you from our perspective, it's really not, right? Because we can't decrease the amount that goes to tourism unless the statute changes. The Restaurant and Lodging Association is less than inclined to have that change, and I get it, right? So whatever the conversation turns into here, I can't guarantee that counties are going to be super excited or super supportive of removing even a small portion of the revenues that we're allowed to get, right? That 30% that the local government is allowed to keep. There are certain things that we're allowed to spend it on, but what you might think qualifies for that 70%, the tourism promotion, you know, there are some things that local governments would like to spend that money on that don't currently qualify. For example, if a tourist comes to our jurisdiction and they get lost in the woods, search and rescue does not qualify as a permissible expense. Even though it is specifically, you know, that tourist that we're trying to go out and find in the woods. So just wanted to provide a little more context from the county's perspective on the information that Jim shared. I will also say that, you know, what was submitted or provided for the materials today. The other piece that the counties wanted to provide is really a not an option as far as we're concerned. And there's I don't want to say a lengthy write-up, but maybe a page and a half or so, is the idea of a statewide property tax. And we brought it up it was brought up in our last meeting that, you know, the bringing back the per tax lot assessment. And what we mentioned during that conversation was anything that could potentially impact compression is going to be problematic. And what I provided in the write-up for the materials today is essentially the official answer from the Department of Revenue on what does and does not impact compression. And what they ended up saying was that if there is an assessment or a tax that is placed on the property, if there's no opportunity for them to opt out, then it would impact compression in some way. So they pointed to Article 11, Section 11B of the Constitution, and that language is also in the materials for today. So the reason why that is problematic from the county's perspective, again, the revenues that we receive, if they start being compressed or they start being depleted in any way, we are going to have a hard time to continue to provide the services that we are constitutionally required to provide, right? Public safety, public health, elections, that sort of thing. The only guaranteed revenue that counties get are from property taxes. So wanted to provide that context since the conversation came up in our last meeting. In regards to the actual homework assignment, however, we were asked, you know, to quote Kyle from the last meeting, if you're currently giving $1, where can you get us that $1 and a nickel? It was a difficult conversation for us to have, and I'll just be completely frank about that. Again, the reason is under the landowner ratepayer piece, counties that pay into the ODF protection, we currently pay double, right? Whatever that private landowner rate is, local government pays twice as much. So for some folks' perspective, we're already giving you the $1 and a nickel and an additional 95 cents. But since the question was, where can you get us that extra little bit? We started to take a look at campsites. And the thought was, if the county is running, you know, our county parks, 26 counties essentially have about 400,000 campers a year. And if the county was to add on a surcharge to a campsite fee for wildfire, right? The thought is campers are going to start fires in the fire pit. It is entirely possible that it doesn't get put out properly, it could spread, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the nexus of where we were starting to look at. If the county were to assess a $2 fee essentially to that campsite to go specifically towards wildfire mitigation, wildfire response, you could bring in close to $1 million. Now, it's not a ton, right? It's a far cry from the total dollar amount that the departments are looking for, but it's something. We also looked at the state parks and rec. There are more folks who use the state campsites than county campsites. And if you were to do that, there are roughly 3 million campers in the state park system, according to the 2022 report. And if you were to do that $2 assessment, there's another $6 million. So again, not a ton of revenue being generated, but it's a little bit. And so that was kind of the route that we started looking at, was how could we generate additional revenue? And how could we find that nexus with wildfires? I will say, for what it's worth, County Board of Commissioners set those campsite rates for county parks. Some of the counties are not overly thrilled about the possibility of the state telling them that they have to raise their campsite fee. I think it might be an easier sell on those counties that are hesitant if that revenue is able to stay local, right? If the mitigation or the response work being done in Columbia County, as an example, the revenue generated from the Columbia County campsites could go to Columbia. But it doesn't necessarily get to your statewide solution. So I think that's what I got for you, but I appreciate the opportunity. Okay.
Okay, final piece for me on this, I didn't really kind of get into the league was right now. Not a great conversation, with my, tax and finance committee. I think part of the, reason why this is not hitting, home to them is we've tried for 20 years, roughly, to get some flexibility built in the transit lodging tax, and have been blocked every effort. And as Brandon alluded to, what this really comes down to is local government control over their own revenue that's being generated, and being able to put it into priority areas instead of being constricted. So the areas that we have always talked about historically has been in public safety, has been in community infrastructure, and has been in affordable housing. So I will say that going into this next session, without getting into the details, we will have a TLT reform bill, which means anything that comes out of this group, as far as a package, is going to be competing with that on the legislative front. So it puts us in a really difficult position as we're going forward. And as much as I want to be able to close the door on this conversation, anybody who does lobby work or advocacy work in Salem knows that we don't have control over shutting those doors. So, you know, we'll be involved in this conversation between now and session and then during session. But I think for context, it's important to understand what we've got going on as well. And I think the final comment for me, you know, it's part of those original principles. And, you know, there is another conversation that's going on parallel to this that I'm not even part of because I'm here today. So there are 3 different work groups that are set up for a transportation package coming into the 25 session, which is going to be multi-millions of dollars. That too also has other conversations that are going on out there parallel with folks searching for revenue. And as much as I think that maybe all the general fund money needs to be allocated to education, I'm not convinced that that's the right policy choice. I think there needs to be some balance as the state looks at its overall budgeting process, period. Natural resource agencies in this state have been historically underfunded and in many respects underappreciated across the board. And I think we're reaching a point for many of the agencies, whether it's ODF, State Fire Marshal's Office, Water Resources Department, DEQ, you could go right on down the list, that there needs to be a more significant commitment of general fund money into the programs because of the statewide benefit that it provides for every Oregon. And I think that's why, from my perspective, whatever general fund match or balance the component of this package moving forward, I'm not certainly gonna be willing to let that go, because I think it is critical moving forward that the state recognize not just a focus on one or two issues, but to try to balance that increased investment across the board.
All right, thanks so much, Jim and Brandon. So I'll check with the work group now. Yeah, any reflections on the TLT, the campsite fee, or anything else you heard here? And also a reminder to just say your name so folks online can know who's speaking.
Mark Bennett, coming from a county background, when we start talking about the TLT, automatically friction comes between the cities and the county because the majority of the lodging is located in the cities. So counties are always trying to convince and cajole the cities to participate with the counties. And that adds a totally additional dimension when you start looking at how we're going to assist the rural or volunteer fire departments who are generally located outside the cities. Granted, there are some that are co-located. So getting the cities and counties to agree that maybe to look at it for fire services or wildland fire services, they're going to look at it really closely, but still we won't meet that other challenge of how we're going to provide to the special districts. So they'll be just kind of sitting there, as we saw with 4133. One of the challenges was, quite frankly, we didn't have the rural fire districts on board. And so things went really rapidly sideways there when we got to the legislative field. So I think that's a big concern as far as coming from a county. Every time we talked about raising the campground rates on the county parks, the Idaho Power Parks that were right next door in the US Forest Service parks were free and or reduced. And so the county, we had it artificially low, and we had the taxpayers screaming at us. We were welcoming folks from out of state, out of county, out of anywhere. And yet, if we raised our rates, nobody came to our parks, Brownlee, Hewlett, et cetera. So there's this crazy discussion, and while Brandon, I do agree it's something to be considered, unless the state raises their rates, unless the Forest Service, BLM, the private, Idaho Power, et cetera, the counties are gonna look at it and go, well, we don't wanna have parks with nobody in it.
Yeah.
So there's these challenges that keep coming in, but I think the biggest thing is lose the importance of the rural firefighters who happen to be right there in partnership with ODF, OSFM, et cetera. I'm the assistant chief for our little rural fire department. We cover 500 square miles, and we were at Cow Valley, we were at Durkee, and we were asking landowners to give us fuel to fuel our engines because we just didn't have any money. So we got to pick up that piece because that's an important piece. We're looking at ODF and OSFM, granted, but also we can't forget the rural and the other structural firefighters that are big players in this situation.
Thank you, Roger Byer. Brian, I got a question. You said that the counties would have to impose the fee individually, but could it be drafted so that the state imposed a fee on all campgrounds, counties and state parks, and therefore the counties would not have to do it?
Yes, Roger, the legislature could pass a bill to impose a surcharge on all campsites in the state. I think it would probably be a safe statement for me to make that if the state imposed a through legislation, however much increase on campsite fees, we would probably put a sign up that says that a certain amount of your proceeds were, or a certain amount of your cost is generated from state legislation.
John Fink from Portland State. I have a comment and then a question for Brandon. The comment is, I think that what you both presented is exactly what we were asked to do. And I really want to thank you both for doing that, including all of the limitations on it and the problems associated with it and the pushback you're getting. Because what I heard from Doug and in previous meetings is, if we could all agree on something, even if it's small, that's really valuable. And so I think you've both done that. Specific question is, you gave an example of camper gets lost in the forest or a fire that's started by a campsite. Do we have any kind of estimates of what those costs would be? Because I think if you could say, here's some tangible costs related to this that some additional revenue might be able to address, and then to your point, keep it local. That, again, it's not gonna be a big solution to everything, but it's much more specific.
I don't have any right now. I can get it. Yeah. Yes, for the folks online, good call. I don't have it in front of me, but I can pull some data and get it for our next day.
Pardon me, Colonel County firefighters. I think the context of the TLT is one that maybe we consider in addition to, not instead of. Because what I heard both of you describe was instead of, as opposed to in addition to. So we know 1.5 generates $51 million. Is that coincidentally comes up to be some 762 numbers, Senate Bill 762 numbers in regards to mitigation, pre-po kind of planning and paying for fire in the front, as opposed to having an e-board meeting go, oh, we got $317 million for the suppression bills. I guess we're gonna collect pop cans or something to make that happen. It's very reactionary. I think our concept in regards to TLT would be an additional 1.5 or another $1.50 on $100 stay, if you will. So I think that the context and the selling point, maybe as a group dynamic here, is it's nice to generate $7 million in extra camp fees. It looks like we have about $370 million worth of bills. Just, I'm not a math guy, but that doesn't really seem to like get where we need to be. And please don't take me picking on anybody for coming up with those solutions. They are meaningful. But I also think from a very practical standpoint, that, and I don't know, I don't want to compete with the restaurant and lodging lobby for fire service revenue, if you will, for lack of a better term. I would much rather go, this is what we're gonna do, and we can, to Mark's point, take it right down to the lowest level. If it's 1.5, because we could talk to Mariana, we could talk to Kyle or Travis and say, well, where is that money going? Well, it's going right back to Mark's agency, so he can put gas in their rigs to respond on state conflicts and big fires. So I hope we can maybe pivot a little bit in regards to TLT and say, you know what, is 1.5 additional? Is that gonna get us meaningfully where we need to be? It's certainly a much bigger step than the $7 million in resource and increased campground fees. And you know, Brandon, to your point, try to not try to explain why that would be the case, right? Is that this group said, let's make the tourists pay. Okay, let's make the tourists pay. Sounds fun to me. And let's add 1.5 to them and get us to this, maybe 20% of the problem in one fell swoop. That really is meaningful, because what we haven't talked about here is the fact that specifically Mark's fire department has to front the cost of going on campouts. And that's my terminology. Please don't take it, that's like, I'm a structural person, so, you know, you hand me a rake and a shovel and 4 gallons of water and show me a hillside on fire. I'm like, I'm gonna get my engine and leave. That's a different type of firefighting. So, so when we do the conflags and go out and do those things, our local counties, fire districts, city fire departments, all have to front that money. And we need to, when we talk about elevating the fire property rights, for lack of a better term, and this is wrong, but it's my naivete, is having that solution be at an e-board meeting in the end of October or November to pay the bill, is not something that fire has on this state. It's just not. It needs to be elevated. It can't, you know, to Casey's point, we're not in competition with schools to say either you put out the fires or we teach kids how to read and write. That's not what we're talking about here. And it won't elevate to that because we're not gonna go take a constitutional amendment that says fires are the more problem state as opposed to state funding for schools, which is the primary focus of the legislature. So thanks for the opportunity to comment. I would much rather stand alone on 1.5 for fire than to say, well, if we just cut up the 1.5 better, then there's no extra money there. And we're not advocating that there is. I'm saying, hey, TLT could be a solution. In addition to, not instead of. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
That's for, with Protective Association. I appreciate the homework that was done on the topics. Just a little different perspective when we're talking about campground fees. First of all, we want those folks to recreate in that improved campsite. You start driving little fees or you close those parks and we're gonna have dispersed camping, we're gonna have greater exposure, greater risk. That's a lot of squeeze for a little bit of juice. And so to echo, you know, it is going to take a lot of different revenue streams to cover the spread here. But this one in particular, it seems like the campground fees is going in the wrong direction. If we were talking about maybe looking holistically at other fees structured in the county, maybe launch sites or something like that, but those revenues you talked about were so low, it may have consequences that we don't want. And we do want people to enjoy the outdoors and in an improved site. I think we need to tie it also to causes. And so, yes, campfires at escape, or I think it's higher risk at the dispersed camping than an improved site.
This one working? Yeah. Anyone else on this? All right, let's go to chat and then we can move into Kenton and Brian online with the utilities proposal.
I just have a clarifying question on this. It's kind of hard to read the left-hand column there. So I think it's the additional tax of 1.5%. Is that 51 million, the 30% of that increase that would be available, or is that what would be targeted if you were to have an additional 1.5% tax on top of it?
Yeah, apologize for clarity or being able to read the damn thing. So I'll just start with that top line is what 1.5. That's currently what is being collected statewide, just on the state TLT, right?
That's subject to 37.
That's just the state money. So there's two different buckets. If I wasn't clear enough, you basically have two buckets of money. You either have a state TLT, which effectively goes to Travel Oregon, and they also do some disbursements out to the different DMOs or those regional groups. But you have Travel Oregon, and that's where they primarily get their funding, is that 1.5%. So that next line down is what if you took 1% of the 1.5% that's generated, 5%, and then obviously what does 1.5% look like with the TLT? That would be on top, so that means that your statewide TLT effectively would go to 3% at that point. And then, yeah.
Very helpful, thank you. That's all.
Thanks, just from Kyle, my sales perspective, I really want to thank Brandon and Jim. I know this is gonna be a theme throughout the entire meeting. We've spent a lot of time talking with the different sectors around, coming up with some additional thoughts and ideas. And so I really just wanted to acknowledge the work, and I mean, we're gonna walk through multiple sectors today, and just wanted to honor and appreciate stepping into the space and really completing the homework assignment, and really stepping up with creative ideas, existing ideas, and diving into difficult topics. As we know, and we've talked about, there's really these 4 bubbles and buckets. And as we think about a statewide or comprehensive picture of this, we've talked about needing pieces in individual sectors, the state, new revenue, different ideas. And so I really was, on behalf of Cal and I wanted to say thanks and appreciate that. And also thanks and appreciation to the members to come and talking through these and trying to provide some different perspectives and thoughts for this group to have dialogue around and discussions. Ultimately, as we laid out in the morning, the critical nature of the work of this group, and that coming together to make recommendations to the agencies that we're going to then provide a progress report in December to the legislature. So these discussions help inform that, and we just wanted to take a moment and say thanks and really appreciate it.
Travis. And thank you, Brandon and Jim. Let's go to Kenton online and maybe just take down the slide so we can see Kenton here. So Kenton Bryan with utilities, over to you, and I'll make sure we can hear you. I'm sorry, I meant insurance.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. You can all hear me well, I assume?
Is it coming out of the hole?
Yeah.
Is there a volume on it or is? Oh, yeah.
All right, let's try that again. Go ahead,
Can you
Ken.
hear me now? Can everybody hear me?
Maybe just speak up as much as you can and everyone in the room be silent.
Okay, I'll speak as clearly and loudly as possible without scaring the cats. First, again, thank you for including insurance in this discussion. Secondly, I think those of you who've been to previous meetings, that I've had a pretty consistent message from the start that we want to be open-minded about possible opportunities for investment and stay an active and proactive part of this process. Much like the previous speakers, I have some messaging that cautions against increasing insurance investment or revenues derived from the P&C insurance industry for reasons I will elaborate on. But I want to not necessarily be heard as a firm no on any concepts or ideas, but I'll talk about a couple of them and hopefully provide some additional perspective for everyone. I need to begin kind of with an apology that I don't have as much information as I would like to have to present to you in terms of figures, dollars, impact, etc., because I just simply have not been able to obtain the kind of information that I need to have a really informed set of slides for you. And that's unfortunate, but I don't want to speak to things I don't know. So I'm going to stick to things that I do know or have learned in the research that I've been doing over the last few weeks. So the way I've decided to respond is to just kind of go through kind of a preamble about the industry and the challenges that we're facing in Oregon and across the country, and then try to respond in a way that reflects the questions that were asked in the template that was provided by the working group. So let me begin with kind of an overview of the insurance claims and market impact for consumers and property owners that we're seeing currently in Oregon and across the West, really across the nation. You're all certainly fully aware of the disastrous 2020 Labor Day wildfire, killed 11 people, destroyed more than 4,000 homes. Insured losses from those fires have approached about $2 billion by industry estimates. And that's a shocking figure until you compare it to other fires, just wildfires, not including hurricanes, tornadoes, winter storms, and other things, just wildfire losses that are even more devastating. I point, in fact, to the Lahaina fire in Maui in 2023. That's about a $3 to $4 billion insured loss total. The 2021 Marshall fire in Colorado was about $3 billion. The Tubbs, Camp, and Woolsey fires in California in 2017 and 18 totaled about $28.5 billion in insured losses. These are the kinds of extraordinary claims costs that insurance companies are paying out today. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, convective storms, together with a dramatic rise in construction costs, building materials and labor, contributed to what's called a combined ratio of 109% in 2021 and 106% in 2022, improving slightly to about a 102% last year. What's the combined ratio mean? That means that in 2021, when it was 109%, insurers paid out $1.09 in claims for every $1 they collected in premium, which, if left unaddressed, is a recipe for insolvency. So the cost of those claims and our industry efforts to rebound from them and to continue to pay new claims from things like the most recent hurricanes in the Southeast, they're reflected in the insurance market you have today in Oregon. We don't take losses from one state and apply them to rates in another state. We don't do that. That's not allowed. But it does impact what insurers are willing to take on in terms of their overall risk load, and it impacts how much premium they feel they need to take in to remain solvent and profitable and continue to pay for losses from claims that occur on an ongoing basis. So how is that affecting consumers in Oregon? Obviously, premiums are rising for homeowners insurance policies, most dramatically, of course, in rural and fire-threatened areas of the state. But to a certain degree, almost everywhere in the state, almost every homeowner's policy, renter's policy, condo policy, what have you, has seen a rate increase over the past 2 years. And it's not over, it's getting better, but it's not over yet. And that's not just true in Oregon, it's also true in Idaho, Washington, California, Colorado, everywhere, particularly across the West. And the other impact that people are feeling is the tightening of underwriting guidelines and companies that are choosing not to write new policies in some areas of the state, or even non-renewing policies that have been in place for some time, forcing homeowners to hunt for coverage from a smaller list of available companies, or to even seek coverage from the Oregon Fair Plan. So that's one impact. Another intersection of the industry with wildfire is the participation we already have with the Oregon state budget and agencies that are charged with wildfire suppression mitigation efforts. Unfortunately, our organization so far has been able to obtain more specific information about tax revenues generated directly from P&C, that's property and casualty insurance activity. But these figures were publicly available either from Division of Financial Regulation or from reports published by the Department of Revenue. And according to those sources, insurance industry revenue to the state of Oregon and its agencies and programs include the corporate activities tax, the finance and insurance sector. So that's going to be not just P&C insurance, but all insurance and other financial services businesses, which would probably include banks, mortgage lenders, et cetera. Paid about $50 million in 2022 to 2023, and 2023, I should say, over the biennium. The corporate excise or income tax, the finance and insurance sector total for 2022 to 2023 was $186 million. Presumably, P&C insurance is a significant portion of that amount, but I don't know exactly what it is at this time. In addition to that, the P&C insurance industry pays a tax on all insurance premiums sold for fire insurance. And that tax pays about $20 million annually, and that goes to the state fire marshal's office specifically. And finally, there's the insurance retaliatory tax law, which I will explain a little bit in more detail later in my remarks, which was about $40 million in revenue to the state in 2023. The conclusion of that is just to help you recognize the significant investment that P&C insurers already pay to Oregon in fire premium taxes, retaliatory insurance premium taxes, and corporate income and activity taxes. In addition to that, of course, insurers are also assessed a fee based on premium to fund the work of the Division of Financial Regulation, which regulates our industry. So against this backdrop, the losses that I've discussed on a nationwide basis due to storms, climate change, what have you, plus just traditional claims payouts for everything from kitchen fires to electrical fires to sewer backups to auto claims and all the other things that are going on the auto side of the P&C industry. And in looking also at the taxes already paid, I'd have to say that the Northwest Insurance Council, on behalf of our industry, and that includes trade associations that are not directly represented, and on the hundreds of companies that are not directly represented on this task force, is hesitant to recommend additional investment, meaning higher premium taxes or policy surcharges from insurers and our policyholders. We would first recommend that the legislature prioritize wildfire suppression and mitigation funding, which could include dedicating existing retaliatory tax revenue or other corporate tax revenue paid by insurers, or the growth in that revenue over future biennia, specifically to wildfire suppression and mitigation. I mentioned the concept of the growth in those because they do tend to grow over time, maybe not consistently over every biennium, but most bienniums see an increase in insurance-related revenue over time because Oregon continues to grow, business activity continues to grow, home building continues, more people, more houses, more activity means people buying more insurance policies, and that means that revenue grows over time. The state obviously counts on a certain degree of that revenue for other programs and priorities coming out of the state general fund, but that could be reviewed and reassessed and determined that some portion of future revenue growth could go specifically toward wildfire suppression and mitigation with the support of the industry, as we have supported it, the same concept in other states in recent years. So now I'm going to move to just sort of responding to the questions posed in the working group template. The first question was, who from your sector is needed to develop or support ideas that would come from the sector? And that's, I sort of alluded to before, there are two other national trade associations. The Northwest Insurance Council is small but mighty. We have about 15 member companies, some of whom are national market leaders, others of whom are local or single state or a few state insurers. It would be good to have more input from those national trades as well as their members to see if we can get industry consensus around revenue-related proposals. It's a little nerve-wracking to be out here, and I'm pleased and thrilled to be a part of this August group. But if we're going to get to brass tacks about who's going to pay more, I'm going to want to expand that conversation to include the people who will actually be paying the additional tax revenue. And as I've said before in these meetings, it's difficult for me to make a statement about what insurers can pay, keeping in mind that there really isn't any money that insurers have that doesn't come from policyholders. So anytime we're talking about either a per policy premium surcharge or a generalized premium tax increase of some sort, what we're talking about is imposing those costs on insurance consumers at a time when those costs are already rising pretty dramatically for a lot of people around Oregon. Just something to keep in mind. The second question was, how does your sector intersect with wildfire funding system? I think I've covered that pretty thoroughly above. I do hope to find some better and more specific P&C numbers in terms of the revenue picture so that I can provide those to you. That way we can have an honest discussion about what insurers already pay in this space, but also what impact future revenue increases, if imposed, might have on insurance policies in Oregon. So what additional contributions from our sector could be explored? What makes this a potentially viable solution, and what might be some conditions for this to work? Stakeholders in the working group have recommended, they're already presented to you by other stakeholders, the concept of a per policy premium surcharge, which was originally proposed in a slightly different form in House Bill 3160 in 2021. P&C insurers opposed that legislation in 2021, in large part because it imposed a tax on insurance policyholders who were arguably already doing their part by responsibly insuring their own properties against wildfire risk or other perils. But there was also problematic language in the bill that did not align with existing statutory references or adequately define or limit which policies would be subject to the surcharge. As an example, if you just reference broadly a P&C policy surcharge on all property casualty insurance policies, you're including things like medical malpractice and professional liability. So as we discuss how something like that might be imposed, you have to consider which policies you're going to include and exclude in that discussion. Any discussion of a policy surcharge would require additional outreach and feedback to the other P&C trades and insurance companies about which policies have a nexus with wildfire. As an example, would you want to apply a surcharge to all personal lines property policies? That would be renters, homeowners, condo policies. Would you expand it to include other personal lines policies that are not specific to property, like auto, motorcycle, and ATV? Would you want to include commercial lines policies for businesses, business owners policies, restaurants, hotels, motels, apartment building owners, etc.? Would you want to impose a surcharge on people who buy policies from the state fair plan, which is the kind of the market of last resort in Oregon? Would you want to include liability policies or medical malpractice policies, as I alluded to earlier, because they are P&C policies? Those are questions that I think have to be considered. And then what trade-offs and concerns about contributing sources from your sector would the work group need to consider? I answered that a little bit more generally in this way. The issues and questions that are likely to arise in a discussion about whether to impose either additional premium taxes on insurers or, more specifically, a per policy premium surcharge on a policy would include two items around equity. First, equity among consumers. A $10 per policy surcharge, for example, will have a larger proportionate impact on the policyholder buying a $300 annual renter's policy than a homeowner buying a $3,500 annual homeowner's policy. Then secondly, the equity among impacted property owners. Insurance rating and underwriting practices allow insurers to group together similar risks and charge a similar premium to those risks. Higher risk insureds pay more due to that risk level than lower risk insureds. A flat fee does not contemplate the relative cost to risk evaluation. A flat fee surcharge for wildfire suppression and mitigation does have a positive impact for an apartment dweller in Northeast Portland, i.e., for example, less wildfire smoke and more recreational opportunities. But is the benefit they receive as a direct result of their $10 fee as direct and impactful as the impact enjoyed by a person insuring a primary or secondary home that's located in wildfire country? I think that's a question that's a valid public policy debate or discussion. And then also worthy of consideration is the potential impact on Oregon's retaliatory tax revenues, which could be impacted by surcharge and policies. I referenced the retaliatory tax earlier. It's a little complicated. It makes my nose bleed to talk about it. I'm going to try to hold it together. The retaliatory tax is specific to the insurance marketplace. It exists in every U.S. state. The way it works in a very basic sense is insurers pay a premium volume-based tax to every state where they're doing business. And that tax is based on the higher of A, the taxes paid by the insurer to the state in which they're domiciled, where their home office is, or B, the taxes paid to the state in which they're writing the business upon which the tax is based. That means when an insurer writing business in Oregon pays higher taxes here, but they're located somewhere else, Oregon's ability to recover retaliatory taxes from that company may be reduced, depending on the tax rate in that company's home state. This may or may not be a significant impact, depending on the amount of additional tax imposed by the surcharge, but it needs to be considered in the overall evaluation of the worthiness of a premium tax or a policy surcharge. And then finally, I think a big issue for insurers and really all of us here as we talk about increasing investment for this specific purpose is how can these additional investments and or existing revenues generated by insurance industry activity or whatever sector we're talking about be paired with other sector investments and or reprioritization of existing revenue and directed at wildfire suppression and mitigation and be protected for that exclusive purpose in the years ahead. As I heard the discussion earlier regarding the TLT, it occurred to me that as we unpack some of these existing tax structures and revenue sources, what we find is a little bit like tearing out a wall in an old house and finding damage you didn't know existed, and it just makes the problem a little bit more complicated. It's really important, I think, if we're going to win over people who might be impacted by these various surcharges or revenue enhancements, to consider how it will be protected and used for the purpose for which it's intended. And I've heard others comment both today and at prior meetings that there's a concern that something like wildfire, which the state has to pay for anyway, ought to be somehow prioritized and front-loaded instead of paid at the end after the disasters occur. And I think that one thing that concerns all of us is how to put guardrails around whatever funding is identified, whether it's existing or new, to prioritize this funding so that we don't have these funds generated, used for other purposes, and we're back at this drawing board again in 2 years or 5 years or a decade from now. That's all I have at this time. I would like to take some time. Of course, I'm happy to answer any questions I can. And I believe that Commissioner Stolfi is also in attendance today, and he may be able to either correct anything that I've misinterpreted about current revenue picture, but also I want to, if there are questions that I can't answer, I'll try to provide some follow-up, and I will provide these comments that I've made today in writing back to the working group and provide any additional figures or data I can come up with prior to the next meeting. With that, I'll conclude and see if anyone has any questions.
Great, thank you, Kenton. That was a lot of great information and glad you're putting it together for the work group to digest after this. I know it was a lot. And just quick process check. Sounds like Kyle, you'll be doing the report out for the conservation group, which I think is just a few minutes.
It'll be quick.
It'll be quick. So we do have some time for discussion here. And yeah, I'll just go to John Fink unless Andrew Stolfi had. Oh, do you mind if I just run to Mariana for just a second? I know you had a comment earlier too.
And no, this is Mariana Reese, State Fire Marshal, and I just have a question for Kenton, or maybe Director Stolfi can answer this as well. For context, you had mentioned the retaliatory tax, and you indicated 40 million of that goes into the GNF. Correct? It's not designated for a specific purpose. Do you know in other states, or maybe Director Stolfi knows in other states if that's how it works, or is, and maybe you don't know, but how that is across other states? There's intentional focuses for that?
I'll kick in that I don't know specifically. I know there have been proposals. There was a proposal in, there's an ongoing proposal in Idaho to consider using the growth in the state's premium tax to set aside a portion of that specifically for wildfire mitigation. I can find out probably by checking with my national trades colleagues to see if other states do direct specific. I'd be surprised if there aren't some states that don't direct insurance premium tax revenue to some specific purpose that sort of has a nexus with insurance. I don't know specifically if any of that relates to wildfire.
You just add, I'm actually pulling some numbers together I can share during the ex officio share out later, just to really clarify one thing. So Oregon, we are the only state without a general insurer premium assessment. So we get a lot of that revenue that other states get from just generally assessing insurance premiums from the retaliatory tax, which is $40 to $50 million a year. I should have a little bit later breakdown of how much of that's the P&C sector specifically, because that's health and life and like everything else pays in that. But just to clarify, we don't have a general premium assessments or retaliatory taxes aren't important for us, and those are those go directly to the general.
Thank you. John, any other comments?
Thanks, John, thank you for the Portland statement. First of all, for those of you who can see the screen, the transcription at the bottom has been incredibly accurate. It's amazing. But for Kenton, one of the things that this group has been talking about from the beginning is balancing suppression and dealing with the actual fires and mitigation through investments in home ownership, home repair, and those kinds of things. And I'm just wondering if there are opportunities through insurance to reduce the rates of people who maybe invest in their own homes. And again, this is not going to generate new revenue for the agencies here, but it is something that might push us towards reducing the costs and risks of fires in the future.
Thanks, John, for your question. I'm aware that there is strong interest in that possibility of, specific insurance discounts for or, guaranteed underwriting and that sort of thing related to mitigation work done by homeowners. The insurance industry has definitely embraced the concept of mitigation. I've talked to you before about the Wildfire Prepared Home project initiated by the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. Prior to that, for many years, has been the FireWise program. The new Wildfire Prepared Home project and program, I think, holds a lot of promise to be like the sort of industry approved gold standard for what it means to do meaningful mitigation work that could result in insurance discounts. The insurance industry, insurance companies are not thrilled about the idea that these would be put into statute as mandatory because every insurer wants the ability to compete in the market for what those things mean to them and how much discount they'd want to give, if they want to give a discount at all. And again, it has, insurance premiums are based on insurance payouts, insurance losses, claims payouts. So it's easy to say we're going to get all this savings when all homes are mitigated, but no home has been saved by mitigation yet in any meaningful way. So, mitigation efforts are just really they're in their infancy. So I think there's promise down the road, and I know that Oregon's taken a great first step in identifying which insurers do what when it comes to recognizing mitigation done by homeowners. That's legislation that Commissioner Stolpe spearheaded a couple of years ago, Senate Bill 82. So this is the beginning of a lot of discussions around that I think will happen. What I think will be discouraging in an already challenging market is if we talk about increasing revenue from insurance companies and at the same time talk about ways that insurers can be required to provide discounts for homeowners who engage in mitigation, kind of regardless of how much mitigation is done and how much follow-up there is to make sure that mitigation is maintained over time.
Do. Anyone else on insurance ideas? Yeah.
Ken, Jim McCauley, thanks for the details. I'm curious about the metrics. You mentioned again, you've got all sorts of different insurance lines. I don't think anybody in this room is expecting somebody who's paying malpractice to get a premium to pay for wildfire. But if you break this down into renters insurance, condominiums, residential homeowners, as well as the commercial side, what do the metrics look like if you put a 0.5 point or 1% premium? I mean, I'd be curious to know what it looks like.
I would too. Thank you for asking that question. That is definitely one of the questions we need to answer. I have had, really preliminary outreach discussion as recently as yesterday, and we're trying to get a number of how many policies there are of these various types. I just don't have it. I don't have it at my fingertips for you right now, but that would be part of the analysis that I think we'd need to engage in. What would either a percentage increase or a flat fee on a specific set of policies look like, and what kind of revenue would it raise? I don't know the answer to that right now.
And thanks for the great question, Jim. And I think those are good questions to collect today so that folks in the sectors or in the work group can kind of think about this, do some research, and bring back some more information in November on any ideas that might seem to be percolating and kind of more specifics on what revenue will come out of it. All right, I know folks are ready to get to lunch. I can tell in this room, but we have one more report out. So Kyle, I'll hand you, oh yeah, you can use that microphone on conservation group.
For folks online, this is Kyle, is uncomfortably close to the owl here. Yeah, that's cool. So Dylan asked me to step in. He was recently promoted to president of State of Northwest, so props to Dylan. He's on the road today, so he couldn't be here, but he did some asking around about the climate protection program. I also had a few conversations with folks that are involved in the rulemaking process. So as folks know, CPP went through rulemaking and was challenged and is going through rulemaking once again. As part of CPP, there's going to be a revenue source called community climate investments. And so Dylan and I had conversations with folks that are involved in that rulemaking and have had input into where those funds will be spent and how they'll be spent. And the overwhelming feedback that we got was at this time, they're too far along in the process to that ship has kind of sailed for the time being. But given how the rulemaking goes, the future funding conversations, future funding projections, I think there is some opportunity to look at natural climate solutions and how wildfire could plug into that, but not at this time. I'll make it super quick so we can be the one.
All right, thanks for looking into the climate protection program. Anyone have any questions about that or reflections? Sounds like it's not really feasible this time.
Travis Medina. So one conversation, Kyle, thanks. We were in a small working group with Dylan and some folks talking through it. And one thing that was mentioned was maybe how to tee that up as the agencies write a report as we look downstream and into the future. And so we talked through what that may look like, and that may be something that ends up in final reports and options downstream once the rulemaking is established. That fund is established, what it goes for is implemented. The next revision of it, there might be some opportunities, and so we wanted to highlight that and capture that. Appreciate it, thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Travis. All right, well, anything else to kind of close us out here before we head to lunch? Okay, I think everyone's ready to eat. Does anyone know anything about lunch or, any
mean like food in general?
I think we just go down the road and grab some food is what it looks like. We will resume at 12:45, so see you all then.
We have Senator-elect Todd Nash is here with us, listening in today, so thanks so much for being here and participating in your way. And I think with that, we are gonna keep going with, what we're calling sector-specific ideas. This next segment is, largely about, one of those buckets. I wonder if I could go back to that funding. And while we're doing that, pulling that up, if you're a work group member that's on Zoom and you want to get into the conversation, just let us use your virtual hand up, and there's a few of us that are monitoring this, so we do want you to be in this conversation. And actually we have a member that has joined us that wasn't here for the intro, so I'm gonna put you on the spot. Carrie, do you want to introduce yourself real quick? You might not be back from lunch. Oh, there you are.
Well, I'm here. Hi, everybody. I'm Carrie Neeson with the American Lung Association.
Oh, so that was Carrie Neeson with the American Lung Association. She's our public health representative on the work group. All right, so if we could pull up the comprehensive buckets visual, just real quick to orient us to this next segment of conversation. Oh, we'll have to go back to an earlier slide, actually. So, those who are about to speak will do a better job of setting the stage for this. But this is really some additional ideas from sector groups that will also lead into, another conversation that the agencies will do, and that's around kind of the landowner assessment and the existing structure. So I think there are a few ideas coming forward this afternoon that are really relevant to that piece of the puzzle. I believe there might be some additional pieces that go into the other buckets, but just to set that stage, we have two proposals that are related to a previous effort. Many of you have heard about House Bill 4133. That's kind of the word we're using for it, but it's really proposals that are coming forward that are related to that. So Roger, we'll call you up to start.
Okay, and I think Matt's gonna come up too, because he's part of this proposal along with me. So the Small Woodlands, along with others, worked in the last calendar year to help craft 4133. That's the Senate bill that was in 24 session that did not pass, but it had a lot of elements in it that were to help solve the problems we're talking about today. So small woodlands and the other natural resource sectors that pay into the system now work together to refine that proposal that was in 4133. And we sent it to you, so you have a memo from us, so it was myself, Matt, Alan from the Wheat Growers, and Lauren from Farm Bureau, all agreed to this proposal. And this was to get at the homework assignment says, what can you do to increase what you pay into the system currently? So that's what we attempted to do. And of course, my computer won't let me scroll. I've got to use, hey, somebody's got paper copies. So what we want to put a couple caveats on this. We know we're talking about funding now, but we as sectors don't believe this can be considered in a vacuum without the policy changes that are also included in 4133, or at least some of them. So we want to put that caveat up front that the four groups here that were represented would support these fee increases, but only in the context they would be within a larger package. And that larger package would have to include the policy changes were also outlined by this proposal that we're in 4133. And in addition to that, we also all agree that it would have to include an element that would fund that large fire fund. That, because if in 4133, it creates a large fire fund at the Department of Forestry. And, but it was never funded. There was no funding mechanism put into it. So part of this package we would want to see is a funding element, a permanent and ongoing funding solution for that large fire fund. So I think those are a couple tough caveats that are important to make, that all of the four of us agreed that it would have to be part of the proposal. So with that concept, I'll focus on the dollar amounts, but I want to just make sure I'm probably going to touch on some of the policy as we're going through it too. So 4133 is the starting document, 4133A, it was in your pack. Actually, I think it was sent out by Robin just yesterday, I think, but it was sent out. So as we went through this, we broke it down section by section. And so you'll see with sections 1 and 2 were okay. Sections 3 through 5 deal with the harvest tax, the current forest products harvest tax. And I just put some kind of some background amongst that, but the current fire rate is 62.5 cents. That's only one of the 6 elements of the harvest tax. We agreed to vote at 92 cents on that. But one important element that 4133 had a consumer price index automatic escalator in the bill and in each of these, and that would not be part of our proposal on any of these taxes or any of these fees. So there would be 92 cents, but we would promote that the harvest tax portion for fire would sunset, but it would not sunset back to zero. That it would go in front of the legislature every other year and have them look at it. But if they don't act, it would stay at 92 cents. So some of the other proposals in the harvest tax right now, they go back to zero if the legislature doesn't reauthorize them. We're proposing that the legislature should look at it every 2 years, but not go back to zero. If they don't change it, it stays at 92 cents. So then the section 6 through 8, that's the large fire fund policy. Section 9 deals with grazing fees in the bill, and this is an area that was a big point of contention under 4133. And in our discussions, we came up, the only way we can do this that we can all agree on was a general fund allocation to support grazing fees. Much like in current law, you have a general fund allocation to support the east side timber fees and grazing fees. All of east side gets a general fund allocation right now. And we felt it was only equitable that the grazing fees would be, supported by a general fund allocation. We settled on at least $1.5 million. And that number comes as there are about 3 million acres of grazing in Oregon. So that would be approximately 50 cents per acre. But we don't think it could be allocated across the board at 50 cents an acre like the current east side rate relief is per acre, and the reason that is because some grazing areas now don't even pay 50 cents an acre. So it wouldn't be fair to take them to below zero. So we think the proposal would have to be done probably by rule that would set a minimum grazing rate amount. And then that $1.5 million, whatever amount would be, we would go higher than that, but that would be the minimum amount, would be allocated amongst those, so there'd be an equitable distribution of those funds, but no one can go below whatever the minimum set would be. Sections 10 and 10A would be okay as they are. Section 11 is the fee on improved lots. We agreed that $58 would be the appropriate amount. 4133, I believe, said it's 69.55 or something like that. The current rate is 47.50. And then there'd be no automatic CPIs on this either. Section 12 would be okay as is. Section 13 is minimum lot surcharges. The current charge of minimum lot surcharges is 18.75, I believe is the correct number. And of that, 375 goes to the emergency fire fund, and the remaining goes to the districts. But we agreed that $20 would be the appropriate fee for that with no CPI. Another important element in this, and it's getting gotten, is one of the sections I've already bypassed. The policy is that under current law, we have the emergency fire fund, which is funded by a lot of these fees we're talking about. But under this proposal, all the money would go to the districts and not large fire. And so that's an important element to remember, so that in this case, all of the money from the surcharges on improved lots and all of the money from the surcharge on minimum lots would go to the district, not to large fire fund. Well, that's not entirely true. It would go to large fire fund and then that would be turned over to the districts. But it ultimately would fund the districts. The section 14 through 27 is where a lot of the policy is on the emergency fire fund committee. We currently have this committee now that manages the large fire fund. And this would authorize them to change rules and determine how best to allocate those funds back to the districts rather than to large fire, but still keep the emergency fire fund in process in place where they can audit costs and help keep costs down for both for the district and for large fire. We feel it's very important to keep the function of the emergency fire cost committee going forward. And I would say if you have questions or specific on that, Brendan is the expert on emergency fire cost committee and the Oregon Forest and Protection Fund. So if you have any questions on that, we'll direct those to him afterwards. Section 28 is the section dealing with the SPA, special purpose appropriation, and currently that is the landowners fund $3.5 million, and the legislature puts in another 6.5, I believe, for a total of 10. Is that correct? Or is it 11?
Sorry, I'm reading 3 7.
3.5 and 7? Is that what the SPA?
3 and 7.
3 and 7, okay, 3 and 7. So we recommend upping that amount from the landowners to 5. From 3 to 5, and that would be paid for by a per acre basis across all forest landowners. But we need to make it very clear that the landowners would pay only 50% of the cost. So if the legislature doesn't match the 5 million, then the landowners only have to pay up to what the legislature pays for their side of it. And this is one area we thought it was appropriate to have a CPI on landowners, so we have an increase in amount with the SPA, because we know those costs are going up and we know how important that initial attack is. So this is the one area that we agreed that we want a CPI increase on that cost. Sections 29 is okay. Section 30 deals with zone 1, and I'm gonna let Matt talk about zone 1.
Thank you, Roger. So zone 1 is a zone in Grant County that years ago was given an exception that their price would go up on a per acre basis. And it's always been very contentious, and I totally understand why. I'm in Grant County, Jim's in Grant County. But if we are trying to make it equitable so that everybody pays fair share for mitigation and response, then we need to look at that zone 1 and bring them up while we can bring others down and make it more equitable. Now, I mentioned this on some earlier phone calls. If we kick the can down the road and don't do it here right directly because of all the fires that we've had in Grant County and surrounding Wheeler County, Umatilla County, Malheur County, and Harney County, then it's not going to get done. The other thing, and a piece that we have talked about on the side, is to get more formation of RFPAs. It's not written in here, But using RFPA's as initial response, as Roger had said, getting more of them out on the ground and out into rural parts of Oregon, so that they are initial response and they're not the only response. This year, because of the extraordinary fires, a lot of times they were the only response because resources were tied up elsewhere on bigger fires. Everybody understood that. But the RFPA's are different than just me as a rancher jumping on a cat and trying to make a fire lane. Because their equipment's up to date, their people are trained, but they aren't the response for the big fires. So if we can put together a total package, and that's why general fund is also in here, because it's an all Oregon problem, it's an all Oregon solution. We need everybody on board. Quite frankly, I wish we'd had this conversation several months ago and been at this point in July. But fires kind of got on our way and we didn't get it done. So now we're under quite a bit of a time crunch to hand it off to the senators here in the room and ask them for buy-in and take it forward. Because we need both sides of the aisle, we need all industry to get this done. So there is give and take in here. We'll see where it goes from here. This is not a line in the sand from us, but it's a starting line. That's how we looked at it. So a starting line for a good conversation and to build forward on this.
So that's pretty much the proposal. The rest of the bill, was, you know, you can see the notes there, some things need to be cleaned up in the dates and implementation time, stuff like that. But that's it. But again, stress, all four groups, important. It's a package deal. You know, no fee increases, tax increases without the policy, without the other things we've just talked about. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or reflect into someone else if I don't have the answer.
Roger, with 762, the east side rent will be put away, so we're not receiving.
Can we have your?
Just to clarify one point is that when Senate Bill 762 went in, just inadvertently, the east side rate relief was sunsetted, so we're not, neither the timber or the grazing folks on the east side, which was kind of larger than the east side anyway, are not receiving that now, so it's full board.
I don't believe that's true, but we'll have to check on that. Kyle, can you check on that for us?
Let's get it. Yeah, you know what, Robin, ask Matt, he's got a district. The question again? You still have east side rate relief in your budget? Yes. Not the landowner offset that was in 762.
My understanding, east side rate, Matt Howard, District Forestry, Northeast Oregon District, east side rate relief, my understanding would stay.
It's still in the budget.
Still in the budget, yes.
So Mark, I think the issue is that there was a landowner offset we lost after the first year of funding for 762 with east side rate relief is still, it's been there since 2013. It started at 20 cents per acre, 19 or 20 cents per acre, and it's still there. It's slightly more than that. I think it's 23 cents an acre now, and it's only Eastern Oregon, it's not Southwest. So only those districts east of the Cascades get the east side rate relief.
Just to give the room a little background on and why there's an east side rate relief. You guys are in Eastern Oregon now. Thank you for coming to Pendleton, so we don't have to drive to Salem. But the range around to run a cow, depending on where you are in Eastern Oregon, take anywhere from 30 to 50 or 75 acres to run a cow in a grazing season. When it's on a per acre basis, then your cost on the back of every cow is from $35 to $60 plus to run a cow at the current rates that have just gone into effect. And then in July 1st, they went up another 10%, which will be coming again on our tax statements this December. That increases from there. So when I got the very first call to say, what can your industry do to help more? I about fell down. Like, what do you mean more? Because we're already paying a big share. So it takes a lot of conversation to get to this point, but everybody has to chip in, but it also has to be as equitable so that people can stay in business. If all I had was irrigated ground, I could run 1 cow on 2 acres, you know, or intensely graze and run more than that. But again, it takes a lot of land base in Eastern Oregon to run livestock. And so we're, in my view, paying a lot for fire protection. And it's not sustainable at these rates right now. Brings us to the conversation where we are today. Brings me back to my point when we started in June, was my constituents, the people that I represent, really, it is truly an all Oregon problem. So do we add more taxes? Does it come out of the general fund? So that's why this general fund piece is pronounced in there where it is.
Carl Kelly, firefighters. I had a question, RFPA. I'm not terribly familiar with that term, Resident Forest Protection Agency, or
Resident Fire Protection Association.
So do they do structural protection too? Or what, how is that piece fit in with our rural fire districts and, working through that? And, Roger, when you were using districts, I thought you were talking about RFPDs, not the ODF equivalent, for lack of a better term. So, how does that play in with your, for your idea about the balance? And we've talked before, not today, but that intersection of rural fire protection district taxes on top of all the fees that you're just talking about in the bill. How do we? It seems like it may be out of balance and not, I'll use the term repeatable, just because it's so technical in nature, each one of the fees you talked about, which I totally get. I just wonder how the structural piece fits in those communities that are inside the areas you're talking about. Thanks.
So I'll speak to Western Oregon first, and not all of Western Oregon is also in forest land is also in a rural fire protection district, but most of it is. So as a forest land owner in Western Oregon, I'm paying the fees for the district forest that I live in, plus I'm paying fees to my rural fire protection district for my house, protection of my house. I believe there are areas in Eastern Oregon that have no fire protection district except for the RFPAs, which are rangeland fire patrol associations, fire protection associations. But there are other areas in Eastern Oregon that have rural fire districts, just like Western Oregon does most places. And in those areas, the residents pay for both.
All right, thanks for the talking about that.
Just confirming with the agencies that this is a big part of the land classification conversation you're gonna be leading, so we'll get into that with more detail in just.
Didn't make me feel bad. Sorry.
That was great.
That's correct with the forest protected associations. Sorry, we got too many RFPs and PDMs or whatever. Clarification, you had on the harvest taxes, 92-cent increase. Where'd you move the 47.52 into your proposal?
The 47.50 is you mean the current
improvements
lot is section 11.
Okay, and I'm just curious, all those fees, including the minimums, were those graduated on a percentage wise, you believe, across, just an increase? Or
in our proposal?
Yeah.
No, so the numbers that were in 4133 were based on CPI going back to 2007, I believe, when they were last increased. So Small Woodlands Association did not support 4137, and neither did Farm Bureau, and I don't know about weed growers or cattlemen, but one of the concerns was the amount of the increase on the rural homeowners in 4137. And so that wasn't the only concern, that was one of the concerns. So we had to come up with a number that our members could agree to. And that was what those are based on right now. They're not CPI, but they're more than the article.
It looked like the harvest was quite a bit more increase than percentage wise than the minimum sort of the approved surcharge. Because right now the surcharge and the on structures and minimums pay for a larger portion of or the Bush Land Protection Fund, you know, in percentage wise. Just
That is correct. Right now, and that's one of the issues that we were trying to correct. That's speaking for Oswald. But yes, the 92 cents is 2007 CPI going to today or to the last year. That's where the 92 cents comes from.
okay, thanks. And thanks for doing the homework too.
This is Brandon with the Association of Oregon Counties. Looking at the dollar amounts that you have in your various sections, right? The 92 cents in section 335, the $58 in section 11, $20 section 13, etc. Those are relatively, for some of them, significantly lower than 4133. So I was curious if you knew if 4133, and I'm looking at Kyle, I think then total revenue that would be generated was around $130-ish million. So yes, yes, sorry, the full picture. Do you know how much your proposal with these numbers would generate?
I do. So 4133, so the $130 million is the total amount, the general fund and the fees. So currently landowners in the current system, based on last year's rates, pay approximately $62 million, and the general fund pays about $74 million. That's the current system we're in today. 4133 actually lowered the amount landowners would pay to $58 million and raised the general fund portion to $78 million. For the same total of about $136 million. This proposal keeps that amount, but it changes where the landowner pieces come from. So for instance, the minimum lot surcharge currently is about 3.6 or $3.7 million. 4133, that was $5.4 million. This proposal is $3.9 million. The improved lot surcharge under 4133, well, under current is 7.9. Under 4133 went to 11.6. This takes it to 9.7. Harvest tax, where's my harvest tax? Okay, harvest tax currently is 2.3. It was 3.7 under 4133. This makes it 3.4. So you, as you're all doing the math, you're going, well, where's the extra money coming from then? We see that in your eyes. So what happens under this proposal, because it's generating the same roughly $58 million, it's made up on a per acre basis by landowners. That number is currently the per acre basis is $49 million. Under 4133, it was 32.3, and under this proposal, it's 36.
Wait, there's more. There's another 4133-esque proposal. So should we go there?
This is just a clarifying question. This is Money on Reese Temple State Fire Marshal. Under 4133, a portion of that small amount went to mitigation, structural mitigation, this new proposal in the same? Does any of it go to the structural protection piece of it?
No, under 4133 as drafted, well, or as originally proposed, there was a $10 per tax lot surcharge that would have generated about $20 million annually. And of that $20 million, half went to the state fire marshal and half went to Department of Forestry, and of the half and half, basically it was split 25% for operations and 25% for mitigation for each of those agencies. That fee is not in this proposal. So there is no money in this proposal for state fire marshal or mitigation, but that's where that large fire fund potentially, some of the method of funding we're saying is so important and is needed.
The $10 fee is in the bigger context of conversation in this process. Let's move to chat.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a whole lot of people that are jumping up here and stay next to you, yes. I did provide some slides, though. Those are mostly just for context. I think most of the people in this room where we're at today, this is just a little bit exciting. You can move to the next slide. We'll move through these first few pretty quickly and then just keep the last slide on. Oh, my name's Chad Washington, and I'm with the Oregon Forest Industries Council. This is just to highlight that we have a growing wildfire problem. We don't know that, so we can move to the next slide. This is the number of fires started. You can see roughly 73% of them are human caused. And of the human caused fires, we've got a breakout here of how they're categorized. This is all from the ODF fires data from 2000 to 2022.
What's the yellow?
The yellow, I believe, is public utility. So we can go to the next slide. This is just to highlight that there are about, of those categories of human starts, about 40% of those are paying into direct district costs, and about 60% are not. Next slide. Then we talk about large fire or severity. There's only about 12% of those that are paying into that. So this is all just to highlight that this is an all Oregonian problem, not just with the starts, but also in the problems and the risks with the wildfire stuff. So the next slide is great.
If you used orange and black, you can see that.
Yeah, Kyle, as an OSU grad, that's a hard slide to see, so we'll move right past that. Go to this slide. This is kind of the summary of where we're at. And, you know, our proposal is also based off of 4133, but we're sticking with the same numbers that were included in 4133. You did hear a very similar proposal from OSWA, and in all fairness to OSWA, they did not agree to those. But we did, and we felt it would be disingenuous to present anything less than what we had agreed to already. So you'll see the same structure, but with a little bit different numbers. So again, sections 1 and 2 were okay. Sections 3 and 5, 4133 is where you see harvest tax increase from the current 62.5 cents per thousand to $1 per thousand. Although the 92 cents is the inflation adjusted number, we figured we can go a little bit further to that full dollar. Same thoughts around the grazing rate relief. That we should put that 1.5 million in to start with. Full disclosure, that 1.5 million may be the appropriate number, but if it's not, we would like to work with the natural resource partners to determine what exactly is that number and how does it get allocated to address the equity issues that Roger already highlighted. We can't have some districts getting a rebate, if you will, if they're getting a negative result of that. Then we move to the improved lot. We won't move the slides, just move through this. So, the improved lot surcharge, moving from 4750 to 6950. The minimum lot fee moving from 1875 to 2755. And then the changes to the severity, where currently, as Roger stated, we are paying $3 million. That's matched with 7 million of general fund, not to exceed 50%. So if we do not spend through that total 5 million plus general fund, and say we have 3/4 of that, well, then we get some of that back. And the same with Roger's proposal, all of the funding is going back to the districts. And similar to what Brandon was saying earlier today, it's in an attempt to align our funding with where we're receiving the service. So those local dollars going to fund the local districts. And I think that's kind of the basis of where we're at. I would welcome any questions on that, or if Eric or Brendan would like to add anything from an EFCC perspective or Western Oregon perspective. Yeah.
When we talk about the lot surcharges and the minimum lot fee, they have not been changed since 2007. So while the grazing land and timber prices or rates have increased, the others have just remained static. And I think that's, that was one of the challenges when we were working on 4133. And, it's kind of like going by the cow and you get the milk for free. And it's also when we talk about the 30 cents per acre fellow ranchers over in Grant County with 247 close acres. There was a lot of pushback when we started on those discussions, but I think it's important to note that we've had the landowner costs continually increasing at sometimes at 40% increases, but yet the other rates just remain static. So, but likewise, were I having a static rate, I'd probably be here ranting and raving about why I should keep the static rate. So that's kind of one of the tough pushes. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really helpful context, Mark. And of course, I'm remembering things that I meant to say, and I probably will remember more once I sit down. One of the things I wanted to say is that 762 was a really important piece of legislation. It was the greatest investment in people and equipment, really, since the agency started. Is that correct, Kyle? So because of that, they also included $15 million in that landowner offset. Because there was so much work done at 762, really, we feel 4133 should have been that sister legislation to go alongside of it. You have a limited amount of time during session, so we got through 762. We did the landowner offset and furthered the conversation. And I really feel 4133 was a good piece of legislation, and it did not fail on its policy merits, it failed due to politics. So let's try to keep that in context too, that it was good policy and still is, and we're still comfortable with how it changes where the money goes and how much money goes in. One important thing about it is it does shift from kind of a volumetric based assessment to an area based assessment. And I know that there are a lot of different objectives from forest landowners in Oregon, whether it's Western Oregon, Eastern Oregon, whether you're managing for financial returns or clean water, ecosystem services, wildlife habitat. But at the end of the day, we all value our forests. It's not always financial. And if we all value our forests, we all want them protected, moving to an acre-based approach has less variability over time as we're seeing management objectives change. So moving away from volumetric approaches and recognizing the forested landscapes aren't going to change in area. So it's a little bit more stable funding. That's all I got.
I don't know if this is a fair question for you and Roger, since it was in both of your proposals. So I might direct it towards the department and or Doug, not to put you on the spot. But both of these two proposals called for the elimination of the zone one designation for Grant County. And I would be curious, since I don't have it in front of me, if we know by doing that and bringing Grant County up to essentially the same amount that other folks on the east side are paying outside of zone one, how much additional revenue that would bring.
I can answer part of that.
I turned it off.
Then I can answer part of it. So zone one is not all of Grant County. That's the first important thing to recognize. In Grant County, there's about, I think it's 260,000 acres of the grazing land in Grant County is zone one. I've got the total here. I can pull up Grant County, but so that just to make sure that you understand that. So the part that I can answer is we looked at that in context to the severity charge or the spot charge, the $5 million that we talked about for the severity. And if you included zone one to pay that charge for that $5 million, it meant about a penny an acre decrease for the rest of the acres, the rest of the basically 15.75 million acres that's paying that, would be paying that charge. It was about a 1 cent per acre decrease. So I don't know how that equates, to the, Grant County or Central Oregon District as their total grazing and forest land rates, but that's what it meant on that context, and maybe Kyle can shed more light on it.
I'm gonna do what I should have done the first time and recognize the district forester for those zone one lands in the back of the room, Mr. Rob Penzer. And I'd ask him if he knows the answer to this question.
Well, I don't have the math in front of me, but I'll tell you, the grazing acres in COD is about 1.2 million acres, just a little north of that. And the current rate is $1.37 an acre. Currently this year, zone one went from 30 cents to 40 cents. So let's say, rough math, $1 an acre. I don't want to do that math, not in public. That's what the answer will be. So I mean, that's the district, usually we'll go from 70,000 to 80,000 in zone one. So just rough numbers for you.
Yes, sir. I would just put out there, and I understand that there are some folks from Grant County in the room. But I would just point out that if you eliminate the zone one, and you're essentially flipping that switch, right? These per acre rates are gonna jump quite a bit overnight, which is essentially what 4133 was attempting not to do. Right, it was an attempt to lower the per acreage landowner rates for everyone. So just putting that out there, that going from 40 cents to $1.30 per acre is quite a jump for the folks right there.
You're anticipating that wrong, incorrectly.
That's fair.
Roger, do you want to say that in the mic for folks in the room?
So.
You turned it on.
Yes, zone one lands would likely see an increase, but if you put the $1.5 million general fund into grazing acres, the attempt is to mitigate them all to an even amount, so that zone one wouldn't be going from 40 cents to $1.40. It'd be going from 40 cents to some level likely higher than that, but not $1.40, because if you take, like I said, if you put that $1.5 million across 3 million acres, that's 50 cents an acre right there, you take off everybody. But we can't do it equally because there are areas in Walker Range, for instance, in some areas aren't even paying 50 cents an acre. It's crazy. So yes, zone one would increase, but not to the extent that you just described.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Keeks Aquila, Oregon Wild. for the folks online. While I was listening, I appreciate your presentation, especially because seeing the numbers is more helpful. Sorry, Roger, I was trying to jot them down. But I want to come back to what Chief Reed-Semple asked about. And I'm recalling now that in a conversation, I think it was with Doug Graff, a long time ago during the work group meeting, he reminded us that we're not looking at now where the money's going, but just the generation of the money, looking for the ways to generate the money. And the reason I want to say come back to Chief Reed-Semple is that the question that you asked was, where's the mitigation money in here? And while I recognize that we're talking about landowner assessments and we're talking about harvest taxes that are directed to this, it does seem like we dove really deeply into one area rather than saying, hey, we're looking at generating money that's going to go to what I think of as the four, right? It's ODF's mitigation, ODF's response, OSFM's response, and OSFM's mitigation. And so I'm just going to challenge folks to maybe think a little bit differently about this, that maybe you're generating new revenue that's not going to go to what you traditionally had it go to. And I realize that's hard when Roger says, well, these rate increases have to be combined with policy changes. And what I'm proposing is that we're gonna need to maybe pull those policy changes out in order to get agreement and have them be separate, because those policy changes are, where does the money go? So just flagging that for people. The other question that I had for you and Chad, which is probably an easier one, but might require one of these two guys here, is what does that look like when, remind me maybe of what that looks like for what the general fund will need to contribute when you put your proposal on the table? Because I'm pretty sure that there's a general fund kind of making whole, right? At least for a large fund.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm gonna have to defer to these folks over here, and maybe Brennan actually, as EOCC can speak to that.
Brennan Morales, Chair for the Emergency Fire Cost Committee. So Casey, in relation to your statement of the pathway of the money, right? And notwithstanding that mitigation is deeply important to addressing this and ultimately lowering the cost of large fire that the state and landowners are burdened with. The direction of money is important, and that the proposal that was 4133 and what Kyle and Roger, or sorry, Chad and Roger have brought forward looks to bring the funding mechanism into alignment with what we, I don't own forest land, but I live in the city and I pay for the fire department to protect my home and the homes in my community. That's an important part of this in this proposal, is that those dollars that are generated locally stay local to pay for that. The Forest Protective Association board members who work with the district foresters to establish adequate level of protection, they review that, what's needed in each district, that budget gets set, and then it's backfilled with dollars. And if landowners in the district forester decide they really need to increase capacity, they're going to be paying directly for that through this mechanism, rather than sending money off to large fire, where it's been a common complaint that the Northwest Oregon is just subsidizing all the large fires in Southwest Oregon, and then this year, Eastern Oregon, right? So my point being is that the direction of money and the policies associated with that are very relevant to this conversation, as I think we heard the proposal here.
Yeah, Doug Graff, Governor's Office. Casey, great point of clarity. We actually struggled with this with the design. I'll jump into the agencies because we jumped from sector to existing rating structures. When you look at the four bubbles, general fund, sector, the existing, these two proposals sort of jumped into existing and restructures. So we're doing our due diligence there, but you're right, we presented these as specific sectors and the lines have blurred between those. So I want to acknowledge your point. I would just think that way, does it make sense?
Yes, but I think you're getting it switched in that, Casey, for the record, for the folks online. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, having two, that'd be great. It's, my observation was actually not, where the money is coming from, but where it's going. And what I was hearing was sectors proposing where it was going, right? And that's actually different than I think the spirit of this, which was to create a pool of money that the four needs of the two agencies would come out.
Okay.
And I know that's hard in that we have statute, right, that says that you gotta do this thing, but we were charged with something a little bit broader.
Understand. Comment on the, I'm gonna be careful, I was gonna say sectors, but existing rating structure, looking at that due diligence once again by all, so nice work. I know those tough conversations, particularly on this one, these recognizing, right, tackling that, and I recall correctly, 4133 ended that conversation on zone one, so thank you for tackling all of those, frankly, it's an evolution, which gives me hope. Point of clarity, did I hear you mention indexing? I'm just want to make sure I'm tracking the nuances across proposals.
Yeah, that was not in the proposal, but it was in, the original 4133, so, be open to that.
Okay, so there's a lot in there. What other questions, thoughts, feedback do folks have about these? And if anyone else has some thoughts around this, some of the policy caveats that Casey flagged, feel free to bring that into the conversation.
I appreciate all the work that went into both these proposals. I'll say from a guy that went to law school specifically, so I don't have to deal with numbers, it's a lot to follow. So if the staff could compile and compare the two, that would be really helpful.
Roger's got to start at that and decide.
Do you have something that we could share with on that? Like 4133, the new Roger proposal, and then the Board of IC proposal?
Are you asking for dollars or for?
The non-math guys looking for numbers. Yeah, is that what you're asking for, Kyle?
Yes.
You're a non-math guy, did I miss this?
I do have a spreadsheet.
You do have, so Roger has something, I think between the two of them and maybe others who actually worked in the 4133 effort, if we could just kind of get some kind of synthesis and crosswalk comparison, I think is what's being asked.
Yeah, so what I've got is 4133 compared to what I just presented. I don't have it compared to what, but OFIC is basically 4133. So
Would it work for you, Casey, if we were to prepare where we're at now, and then where OFIC is proposing we go? Roger has done that same work. We prepared that, and actually it was, Kyle's questions, sorry, Casey.
All three on one piece of paper, would be really nice.
So we got where we're at today, where OFIC is proposing we go, where Oswald is proposing we go, and easy to distill down.
So Oswald, Cattleman,
Where we're at, what's.
Farm Bureau.
Where you want to go?
And don't use yellow.
Don't use yellow.
Thank you.
Yellow font on white. Yeah, mine will take it. Any other questions?
Eric Ranges with Roseburg Resources, but representing Western Oregon timberland owners. I want to make sure that we don't get hung up on CPI. I know it's great to look at it as a price escalator. Right now, as the cost of fire is far exceeding CPI. So if we hook ourselves to CPI, that's fine, we can do that. But our costs are going to continue to climb, and we're going to be back here again in a few years having the same conversation all over again. So the question should be whether or not what structure we want to use. If we set a fixed rate, let's agree upon what that fixed rate will be, that will buy us time to be able to achieve our objectives into the future. If we want to go the CPI route, we can go the CPI route, but we're going to be having the same conversations all over again in a few years.
the reason the CPI was at 41.33, it was by this specific direction of Senator Steiner, who said without CPI, it was a non-starter. And so that's kind of when we started on the CPI, Roger and the others that were on the first work group. That's why we did a lot of changing there. Some new things, but that's how it was there initially.
All right, well, thanks to you both for putting that information together. This may play into the next conversation around land classification. But I do want to just tee up, in addition to providing the information of what the distinctions are and differences. I think if the group is going to bring this portion of the ideas into a comprehensive solution set, we'll want to converge on this. So I think just keeping that in mind, maybe the folks that are most compelled to work on that could get together between now and November and see if there's some convergence there.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, actually, I think for the first time today, I should introduce myself again. Kyle Williams, Deputy Director of Fire Operations, Oregon Department of Forestry. And I want to lay out a little bit of other piece of the budget note that we haven't really talked about up to this point yet. Before I get there, echo of many thanks to the sector groups for doing the homework. I know that this whole conversation probably feels like it's not making a lot of progress, or as somebody pointed out at lunch, it's a bit boring. With the benefit of this being 12 years that I've been around this conversation, what I've seen with this work group effort to this point is actually a culmination of that work. This is actually a 12-year-long conversation in my brain that is making a lot of progress. And so this is kind of a little bit of the cheerleader and the pom-poms. Like this, you guys are doing great work. There is meaningful progress that I'm seeing, Travis is seeing, others that are working on this. You're giving us a foundation to be able to provide meaningful recommendations to the legislative body that they can take and hopefully get us across the finish line. And so just want to encourage everyone that while it does seem like we're not making major breakthroughs, as we piece each one of these together, we definitely are. And I guess that's the way I was looking at that last conversation we had, right? And to Casey's point, it's the right one. We know we've got these big buckets that we have to fill related to mitigation, large fire, and then an affordable and sustainable base suppression model for both us and the Department of State Fire Marshal. And so as we look at those components as folks were bringing to the table today, in my brain, I'm thinking like, ooh, mitigation opportunity, right? Ooh, solves my sustainable, affordable base deal, right? And so as somebody else pointed out, what we still need to talk about is that overlap for the fire service, right? And so Carl, to your question, the conversation we just had around 4133 might encourage folks that we rebrand that because 4133 kind of fell on its face. But so forest land classification is this last piece of the budget code. Do you guys have the slide deck for Trav and I? I've seen this slide a bunch of times. Well done, Jim.
Except for that one.
Yeah.
Except for the white lettering on yellow. The same slide, you know, on the laptop.
And the other thing, the other challenge I'd like to point out in the room right now is the timing of 1:45 after lunch, trying to describe forest land classification complications to a room full of people is this is awesome. Thanks, Robin, for setting this one up. Really appreciate it. This does get a little weedy. Casey mentioned we're taking a bit of a deep dive. I blame the budget note a little bit for what I am about to have to do to you all, but it is a piece of the report that we have to be able to provide. So managing that intersection. Actually, next slide, please. So in context of the entire budget note, we have spent most of our time since June on that unhighlighted section of the budget note, right? We're talking about options for sustainably funding. But the last piece is where we're headed next. Land classification and managing the intersection between forest land protection districts, Carl, and structural fire protection districts. I think fire service, right? Because I can't keep up with city, district, all the things, the names we've got for those. But the point is that overlap between structural fire service and Department of Forestry. And so I'm going to do my best to try and explain to the room what it is we're talking about in terms of this particular sentence. And it was very material in the last conversation we had. Is an important piece of it for being able to create a strong coalition moving forward. So the next slide there. Okay, hopefully you guys can see in the back of the room. This is simply a map of the fires from this season alone. If I brought the last decade onto the map, you would see a whole bunch of red spots spread across many different parts of the state. This is no surprise to anyone. Heck of a summer and lots of acres burned. But keep that mental picture in your mind in terms of where those red circles are, both northwest, southeast, and all over the map. Next slide, please. Oh, no, that does not do well at all. You know, that's a really good slide when you look at it on the.
Did you send us these slides?
On the computer, right? Now you guys will have this slide deck. What that lays out is the boundaries of every fire protection district, structural fire protection district statewide. And to somebody's point earlier, many of the fires we had this summer are covered by these. Many of the fires were not, right? We have a broad spectrum of geography, obviously, and these districts, 305, but that number's squishy too, I just learned, represent 92% of the population of Oregon. Okay, so generally speaking, this is where our people are. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the ODF boundaries highlighted in blue. And you can see that those do not cover the entire state. They don't even cover all of those last 305 districts that we just didn't look at because it didn't draw super well in this room. But the point here is that this conversation is very much focused on ODF and OSFM, but it's not really getting at all of the fires statewide necessarily. And it's not even getting at all of the geography west of the Cascades necessarily. The red that's drawn on there and the light blue, that's BLM. So that's Barry's ground in there that ODF protects, and we think of as synonymous in terms of west of the Cascades. 16 million out of the 62 million acres statewide are in these ODF protection districts. And next slide, please. This is a very confusing map that you'll get to look at in detail when we email it to you, that lays out all of the protection system across Oregon. And so this also colors in the map with the rangeland fire protection associations that Matt was mentioning earlier, right? And so those have significantly grown over the last several years. Are we up to 16 million acres now in rangeland, Rob?
16 million with ODF?
16, I think 16 million protected by, or at least within rangeland, the footprint of rangeland association.
17.5.
17.5, thank you, Ryan. Okay, so another really significant component of the protection system in Oregon. As you piece all of this puzzle together, thanks to the development and significant growth in the last several years of the Rangeland Protection Associations, we've really narrowed at least what we call baseline protection for initial attack of wildfire across the state. There's still some room in the Willamette Valley, and there's still some room in the Columbia River Basin that does not have what you would call immediate jurisdictional response for wildland fire. I tell you all of that to show you the next slide. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So I think one other element with this is you think about that and you think about where ODF protection districts are, where rural fire protection districts are, structural fire agencies. It's via the Oregon mobilization system. Those diagrams I showed early on. ultimately OSFM can mobilize across the entire state. And so we mobilize outside of those fire districts when structures were threatened to provide protection. So it could be in an RFPA down in Southeast Oregon, which is what occurred this summer, and in places where it isn't an ODF district. But it's outside of a rural fire protection district. So just to be clear, I always think of OSFM as having a statewide footprint in our response because of the Confederation Act and because of the Oregon Fire Mutual Aid System.
One last thing before, this is a long winding road, I know, and I appreciate you staying on it with me. We're gonna get into the specifics of forest land classification and that intersection and the challenges there, but in terms of a funding perspective, so the ODF district boundaries, blue lines, if a fire happens this side of that line, we have a plan for that, right? That's the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund eligible, and then take it to the EBOR General Fund after that. We need more, but we've got a large fire solution for that, right? If it's on this green land, that's a Forest Service paying fire. Brown land, that would be a BLM paying fire. The problem is, who pays for a fire right there from a large fire cost perspective? Who pays for a fire that starts there, crosses there, goes there, crosses there, and then stops here? Right? That's the complicating factor that we're talking about in terms of that intersection. I'm not gonna ask this group to have a solution for that immediately, but it's a really important point of awareness for this room and as we build on these solutions and move forward. Okay, so next slide, we'll bring it back down to kind of the ground level. This is the Echo Mountain Fire. Okay, this was 2020, Lincoln City, Oregon. Some folks in this room have already seen this example, but wanted to bring everybody else along with it. So Lincoln City down here. Forest Service up in here. ODF protection districts. This is the Northwest Oregon district. This is West Oregon district. Okay, so two separate ODF districts. Lincoln City district boundary, essentially, step off the stage here. Essentially works up here, across Devil's Lake, stays in the structural area and kind of does a boundary a little bit like that, okay? So if you are one of these structures on this end, you're not actually classified to pay ODF for protection, but you would be paying Lincoln City for protection. This fire started over here, burned across the district line, burned on Forest Service, burned through an unclassified section of ODF protection, back onto it, and then stopped right here on this road on both sides. Okay, this is a classic small example of exactly what we're talking about in terms of these fires that cross jurisdictional boundaries and who's on first for helping pay those bills. So next slide. So this is getting down into the details. We just talked about this a little bit. I wanted to set a baseline for folks. The way the current model from ODF is funded, if you are classified forest land, and another way to think about that makes more sense is classified for protection from ODF. Okay. You will pay your per acre assessment right now. The average statewide rate is $2.52 for timber on private. To Brandon's point, you can assume double that for public landowners. Grazing average rate statewide is 1.18 or $1.18. That minimum lot that Roger mentioned of 1875, which is like, everybody's like, minimum lot, what does that mean? So you've got maybe a 2 acre lot without a structure on it, okay? If the number of acres you own times 252 is less than 1875, you automatically pay 1875. That tracking for everybody? This is a really confusing component for folks. So that's no structure minimum you have to pay. If you've got that approved lot as defined by the county, that's another important clarification, then you would pay $47.50 for that lot that goes to large fire. And then every board foot of timber harvested, or every 1,000 board feet harvested, regardless of where it came from, pays this 62 cents per 1,000. On the fire service side, and I'm gonna ask probably Travis to make sure that I don't screw this up, with bonds, levies.
So on the fire service side, and I have chiefs in here that will keep me very honest on this. On the fire service side, It is an assessed value rate per thousand that goes to local fire service budgets. Fire districts may also have levies and bonds that generate revenue to run the fire district. And then in certain areas, as you get over here, a fire district can only assess their AV rate to the structure and a maximum of 5 acres. And so as you think about revenue to the fire service, those are the key drivers. And I'm gonna look at a couple of chiefs and I got a thumbs up. So those are the drivers as you think about the fire service side and their local budgets provide protection.
So the so what for this group, okay? A couple really key things from this example of Echo Mountain. This boundary of the blue line right here, everything inside is not classified for protection from ODF. I'm the idiot that did that, by the way. I was in Toledo. This is a county process where a group of people look at the landscape and they say, is that capable of carrying fire at any time of the year? Is there a legitimate risk from wildland fire deserving of protection from ODF? Of wildland fire deserving of protection? And we thought, oh, sure, it's Lincoln City. What could possibly go wrong, right? And then Echo Mountain proved that we were wrong. But the punchline here is that these folks not paying for protection from ODF, these folks, and about half of the ones whose houses did burn down are paying for ODF, okay? These folks are paying the full assessed value for their lot and every acre they own, whether it's this big lot here or this tiny lot right here, or this whole golf course. They're paying full assessed value to the local fire service, like Trav just mentioned. Over here, capped at the home and 5 acre value, okay? And so when we were talking, and I'll use 4133 because it's common nomenclature right now, but when we were talking about the challenge with 4133, and why did that run into the issues for the fire service? Well, when we were raising this, that took more money away from that same house. And so if the only way that that fire protection district could raise more revenue is to try and get a bond passed, the challenge became, well, what are you talking about? I just gave $20 more to fire. I'm not passing your bond. Like, well, but yeah, but we can't get the money we need from your property because ODF's in there. Yes, sir. Chief.
Ma'am, can you clarify why it's capped? I think that is important.
For the group, can you clarify why it's capped? You just keep using the word capped, but it's because of the way the land is classified, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe I keep talking around that. Wherever there is land classified as inside an ODF protection district and forest land, that house and 5 acres limitation on the assessable value is in place. Is everybody tracking that? So one more time. Okay, I told you this was gonna be a hard one, especially 145 after lunch. So where there is ground classified as forest land through the ODF process, okay, so this stuff classified as forest land, meaning classified for what? Protection from ODF, okay? The house and 5 acres is as much as the local fire service district can collect from. So if it's a house and 10 acre lot, they're missing out on revenue, potential revenue from those 5 acres. Now, the reality, I should let Chief Stewart talk about this, is that in many cases, you're still responding to that fire and through that lot, especially in those 10, 15 acre examples, right? That would be the first one there, but not able to collect from that revenue. And so there's an inherent challenge that's created in that intersection between ODF and the fire service, right? That's exactly what the budget note told us to talk about. Is everybody tracking that? This is a really deep, heavy topic. Yes, Chad?
Oh, you're outside of
So if you're outside of that ODF zoning, then that 5 acre cap is not in place. So what is the history or the thought behind the 5 acre cap?
Roger, answer that one. I don't know when the 5 acre cap limitation started. Does anybody know?
I don't know the year, but the history is that the forestry department is responsible for protecting land without structures. And the fire service is responsible for protecting structures. And so the 5 acres was an arbitrary amount, but they had to come up with something to say that, you know, this is what you're responsible for, this piece, and this is what, you know, Travis or Brian is responsible for, is the house. And the Department of Forestry is responsible for the land. That's why we have a gap.
I think, one other, key nuance, right, and I know we've talked about it, but it's really important. If you go back, and we don't have to on the map, we'll send them back. But again, back to where there are protection districts, I'm gonna use that in big, broad terms, right? Whether that's an ODF protection district, rural fire protection district, structural district. There are places where you do not have this overlap, right? And so this overlap occurs 2.3 million-ish acres, maybe somewhere.
We do, but I
And
don't.
we could do the math, but it's a certain line within the state and typically in the wildland urban interface, right? Where you have forest land, you have structures and so just want to be really clear, this is, if you look at where those districts are, there are only certain areas where this connects and where that touches. I think an important nuance, I know as I've talked to some fire chiefs, is they don't have ODF protection within their district, right? And so anything that you talk about here doesn't affect some of the rural fire protection districts across the state. So I want to just make sure folks are tracking that and understand that.
Yeah, and so the last point that I want to make on this one is that as we're focused on that house in 5 acres, only where ODF and a fire service district interact, right? It's a small piece of the puzzle. The punchline goes back to that kind of bigger example that I told you about. This is a wildland fire that blew across here, required all of the tankers, dozers, right? The full might and weight of the complete coordinated system. This house didn't contribute to that beyond the local fire service bill that they paid. This one did to that statewide perspective. That's the other takeaway that we want you guys to mull on a little bit here, in terms of what Travis is gonna talk about to you next. So questions on that? It's a really challenging topic. Yeah, Pat?
Script with the Forest Protective Association. So just for, the term we use is dual assessed. So if you have the structure, within the rural fire district, and then the wildland component of ODF or an association, it is dual assessed. And so, just a couple of points is, but when we're talking about the assessment of the 5 acres, it's not at the local protection rate from the wildland. It's not on the average of 252 per acre. It's back to the blurring of the assessment per thousand. So we're talking apples and oranges in some respects of what gets charged per acre. But the structure departments, they do have a jurisdictional responsibility within their district, but they're only collecting for that 5 acres. It's not a defined 5 acres around the structure. It could be anywhere in that district. So we see our rural partners responding, well into the wildland outside of their structural responsibility or jurisdiction. But we are comparing apples and oranges when we're talking about the assessed value of the 5 acres. And you think about it as a Scadio flat on the Rim Rock above Sisters. Well, that's $1 million lot up there. But when you look at it, they're, on the wildland side. And so there is that, there's several things going on here. And that I just want to point out is I feel for them, especially if they're like in a subdivision that's been somewhat developed, but there's no structure. And they're still responding, not just for wildfire, but for medical aid, for legal accidents and such. And so, yeah, this is where the blend comes, but it comes back to, we each have our jurisdictional responsibilities that we need to meet. Somehow we got to get the terminology and equalize it out. That was, yeah, that's within our realm. They don't have the structure departments do not have the full weight of, or the force protection of dozers, aircraft, and such. And so this one is bigger than, you know, we may want to tackle right now.
Okay, here, brother, and this one's more of a policy conversation than necessarily a funding conversation, right, Casey? But God bless the author of the budget note. It's part of the work that we have to do and provide recommendations in December. So that's why you're suffering through this with me right now, Carl. Good question.
I would say analysis, Carl County firefighters, to compare, like we're doing, I heard apples and oranges, you pick your fruit. What does it look like if we took the dollar per thousand from structural and overlaid it on ODF? What does that cost look like if we did that model? Because just learning all the different categories that money comes from that go to ODF or goes to fire protection in the wildland, how does that compare? Or does it compare, or can it be compared? So we get more towards apples and apples, or, you know, pick your fruit that you'd like to compare. So, right, and I had a question about harvest tax. That's only when something's cut down and has a value? That's when that 62 cents a thousand is laid on?
Yeah,
So that could be way up one year and then way down the
in
next,
terms of the volume harvested.
right? And then, okay, was it different before? Was it different it was based on the value, not necessarily the numbers of feet cut? Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know, 93, somebody else in the room.
But it goes even further back than that. I mean, they used to do inventories to determine volumes and pump per acre.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes 50s, 60s.
In terms of, Carl, I think I've got maybe an example in a document that I can talk to you, or that I can look for when Travis starts, to get at sort of that difference between, that was what Pat was talking about, that AV per acre, the assessed value per acre, and then what that per acre rate that ODF charges, and what does that look like, that difference? I think I've got an example before, just like.
And then is there 4755 impacts to those harvest tax numbers and approved lot surcharges? Are those subject to any of that? Okay.
Hey, Travis. Chief Stewart, Hartford.
Yeah, thank you, Brian Stewart, OCA. Just wanted to touch back, and I appreciate kind of some of the past explanatory piece about the jurisdictional responsibility that all the structure agencies have. And then I wanted just to add a couple of points of some clarification, as I understand it. And I think someone said it earlier, maybe it was Jim, speaking about the transient lodging tax. So I'm not an expert in this area. This is my familiarity, and the best I can do, and certainly there are folks who know better than I. But a couple of pieces here, when we talk about the 305 fire organizations within Oregon, again, we're talking about a variety of types of entities. We're talking about cities, we're talking about tribal, we're talking about fees for service, and then we're talking about the preponderance, which are rural fire protection districts. So of that 305, about 255 are rural fire protection districts. And those are the ones that are affected by this dual assessment or this impact of forest land classification. And that, unlike cities, is the rural fire protection districts or the community service district fire department that are affected by the fighting limitations shown on the right-hand side of the screen. And some of those districts have a millage rate or a permanent rate of $2 or more per thousand. Some districts are down in 68 cents or less per thousand. So there's a wide variety. And so when we talk about the importance of levies and bonds, and that's survival for many of our organizations. looking at some of the finance pieces for membership. Our 250 some odd, special districts, 50 of those organizations have budgets of $100,000 or less a year. Another 40 of those have budgets of $200,000 or less. So, every dollar goes so far with them. And then I think some of the challenges are, we respond and we're there 24/7. And we know ODF is there as often as they can be, whether seasonally staffed or their permanent staff's available. But someone's got to be able to respond to those. And unfortunately, some of the challenges that we face are inadequate funding across the state. And I think the map earlier showed some of those pockets. And I guess one of the questions I had, and maybe that map is, trying to show all of Oregon, it may just not show any resolution to it. But with that map include where this dual assessment piece is in place, or is that like how is it our RFPD shown on the map, or is it the ODF?
Yeah, we have the details to see where those. Yeah, we can work on getting it.
And then I had, I guess, maybe one or two other questions. So one, I know having done some work inside with 5 districts, we do have properties where we're not receiving the full value because those individual properties have been classified by ODF. And they're well outside the ODF boundary. I don't know if at least according to our tax assessor, that's what we're being represented. So, but when I was going back to the ORS, like there is a way for what I can read, procedure for adding land to district by consent of order 478.140. I don't know how often it happens or if it was the previous practice outside of classification, but we do have little pockets here or there where it looks like from a tax assessment perspective, those landowners have gotten that exemption. Where ODF would have really no realistic expectation of responding because they probably it's not even close to their boundaries.
I think maybe one more piece, thanks Chief Stewart, is to kind of run an analysis, and Chief Stewart touched on it, right? Yeah. That millage rate or the assessed value rate, is different across that line spectrum of fire districts, right? It's also different across the ODF districts, right? For that, so we'd have to run a couple different scenarios to give you a sense of what that would like, because it isn't all about the same group. As we think about that, so just recognize that varies across the entire state and where you're at, what type of district you're in, what size of district you're in, what your budget is, and then what ODF district you overlap with or have dual protection in their rates.
And I also just wanted to point out, I think that for today's conversation, Kyle and Travis have put together some options for how to maybe modify the land classification. Sorry.
Next slide.
Yeah, next slide. So I know there might still be some questions and comments, but I wonder if we can go to that and then break into the conversation. Is that okay?
Sure.
That's the nicest way someone told me.
All right, next slide. All right, so as Kyle and I, the facilitative team, looked at the budget note and again, the recognition that it is a key element of the budget note. We wanted to throw some initial thoughts together. And you'll see, I'll give you the punchline up front. The punchline is, just like we've done some sector work, we're likely gonna ask for a group to come together to help us work through some of these questions. But as we thought about it, how to help frame this up, what options might be explored with the current classification system in areas of both forest protection districts and fire districts. So where that overlap is, that really probably gets to that 5-acre piece as we think about that. So what exists, what might be some options, what might be some thoughts. The next one, what challenges and opportunities exist from land classification? We've talked about these as we reviewed the notes around some of the challenges from the Forestry Service, modernizing to existing systems. Are there other models out there? What does that look like? What are some of the thoughts? We know zoning and taxing are a significant issue. as we think about, contraction for fire districts. So what are some of those challenges and where maybe some of those opportunities may lie? Would be something else, that we would throw into this work group. Different options and alternatives for areas of intersections of forest line protection district and structural districts. So there are different funding structures. Maybe this is the fruit conversation path. So are there different funding structures that may exist, a per acre assessed value, so really teeing up that conversation. And then this is a very complex dynamic topic. I think a lot of people have talked about it for years, so I'm sure there's other ideas and other thoughts as we think about it. And so we go to the last slide for this section. Kind of next steps, I think our desire would be to create a sub-working group like we've done with other working groups to bring some members together, and we'd ask for some representation across all the folks that have an interest in this topic. Bring back some initial ideas to the full work group in November to again evaluate. And then consider ideas around land classification and the intersection of forest land protection districts, structural fire districts, as part of the overall solution. And I highlight that just because, Casey, I think you brought up a really good point earlier is that, we're mixing and matching maybe a couple of pieces. That's what I was kind of reading into your comment around sector work versus 4133, and there's obviously connections to this to 4133. But then it's also really what Kyle and I have been trying to wrap our hands around is the language in the budget now. And as we look at those 4 different buckets, how do we bring that all together? And so it is mixing a little bit. As you think about sector work, you think about specific proposals in 4133, and then you think about the budget note language, which talks about the intersection of protection districts, ODF districts, and those lands that overlap. So as Kyle and I thought about it, and spent some time noodling on it, that's kind of where we landed. We need the help of members of this group to help us chew through this complex topic, so that we can address it as part of the budget note and part of our report out and what we share. So that's our ask. Again, super appreciate working through that with us, especially after lunch.
Volunteer me.
I figured you'd be first on the list, Roger.
Yep.
So any questions for Kyle or I?
John Fagan, Portland State. So when we're thinking about the built up areas, we haven't really talked about Portland, and what happens when we get to a major metropolitan area, which has a very different culture, doesn't think about wildfires the way all the other areas stay away. And so as we're discussing this, is it all the same? It's either one kind of district or the other, or is there something different when we get to some place that's that big and that urban?
I think as we think about the intersections of districts, and to Chief Stewart's point, each district, there could be different districts, and so we can help frame that up. Clearly, that's as you think about Portland, right? That's a Portland City Fire Department, right? So it's different.
And fire.
Yeah, or more, right? But it's different, and it's predominantly got no ODF in it. So it just falls under that current structure that we talked about. But again, that's through a city, right, which is different than a rural fire protection district. So there's some nuances.
I guess, if I
Yep.
Again, Brian Stewart, OCA, just to, the idea of Portland being different than they are a city, and they're a municipal fire department. But, I just want to share that I think, I don't know of any agency within Oregon that isn't concerned about wildfire, isn't preparing for wildfire, and isn't addressing wildfire, through preventative, mitigative, fuels reduction, changing their training, their apparatus and their staffing. So the city of Portland itself, and I don't work there, but I work near there. They are active in their wildfire preparations. You think of it, we can think of it as an urban place, but they have lots of pockets and large pockets of forest in there. And lots of opportunity for wildfires or vegetation fires to turn into urban conflagrations. So they're probably as active as most other organizations, just at a different stage of time.
Right.
Whomever takes on this challenge or task, just a reminder that the forest land classification committees are local, they're county groups, or they're a county committee. So you have a wide variety of challenges right there of how do you standardize. There is standardization of meeting the definitions, but one committee may look at risk and threat differently than another. I would throw this idea out there just as a teaser, is that if you're in that outside that zone, you're not dual assessed and we're not paying into the forest land protection. The large fire funding basically, and a fire does breach that and goes into that community, is the county willing to take on those costs? If they didn't want to pay into the system, could they pay them afterwards? And so you have those larger urban communities that are bracing for change in climate and migration of fires to the north. If they don't take that risk, you know, I'm saying that's the model across the state, but that might be that intersect to get them there. Once they tap into it and they go, maybe we should have paid it all along. Something that encourages a true classification of those lands into forest land at some stage.
Thanks, Pat. All right, so I think the next step then here would be to create that smaller group to help maybe, does anyone here, first of all, are folks okay with that, with having the subgroup kind of take this on, bring some ideas back to November? Concerned with that? Anyone jump in to be on this group? We can also follow up, but does anyone saying, yeah, this is something I think I have some ideas to bring? Sounded like Pat had some ideas, just saying.
I don't like this, we'll be part of it.
Thank you, your volunteers.
I'll be on it, come on.
All right, we'll have Pat join. Brian, great. All right, Brandon. All right, yeah, thanks, Anne Marie.
Right.
And Roger, perfect. Okay, well, we'll let everyone know about the next steps on that if someone else wants to join, maybe wasn't here, but that sounds like a great start. Anything else you all want to cover on this?
Just real appreciation, thanks for working through that, and, you know, really, I think this is, at least in my career, this has always been a conversation, and so I think it's, an opportunity to really, have the right people kind of dive into this conversation, so I'm greatly appreciative of it.
All right, I think we're ready for our next topic then. And I think we're moving into the statewide ideas. All right. We did not time that well, did we?
Let's go back up in altitude a bit, and revisit the conversation that you all had over the course of a few meetings, but sort of culminated into, the legislative review office, or sorry, revenue office, coming and sharing some analysis of a number of state reallocation ideas that have been floated up through the work group over the months. We wanted to circle back to that because the agencies have some updated information, and I think where we want to get sort of a finer point is from the group, some direction about what of these do you want to prioritize for consideration in this broader comprehensive view. So again, this is a bucket, it's a significant bucket, but it's not the only bucket. But these are the state statewide reallocation. So there they are up on the list. And maybe we'll have the agencies reflect what you heard from the group last time about sort of bubbled up and some information there to share.
Thanks, Robin, appreciate it. So again, anchor back into, multiple bubbles here as we develop a comprehensive fund concept. Again, we met multiple times over the summer to talk through some different options as we think about a large statewide approach as one potential part of a solution. And we brought in legislative revenue office to help us kind of talk through some of these options. Got a sense from the group, I think, what priorities may be and wanted to affirm that. Recognizing again, the structure was, we met in June as an entire group, and then we had sub-working groups meet through the summer. And so this will be the first time this is back after the work of the sub-working groups back to the whole group. And so wanted to get that affirmation from the group, the full working group as we did this work in the summer. And again, many of you were part of that sub-working groups, and so I'm gonna ask and encourage you to jump in. If you wanna add things to this conversation, as there are many in this room that were part of that group. As we look back at our notes, kind of the first one is Legislative Revenue Office talked to us about potential options that rose to the top and had the most votes, and I've got the tally here. Was the ending balance in the rainy day fund. And so are there options with that ending balance and with the rainy day fund? There's a couple different ways to think about that, whether it's a percentage, whether it's a dollar amount from that. But that was really what kind of rose to the top as the first large statewide kind of solution that could be part of the funding challenges that we have. And so that one rose to the top. There's a couple different ways to look at that and to think about that in terms of what would be required to do that. The second one that the group discussed and rose to the top was the kicker fund. And as we thought about the kicker fund, was there a way to use a portion of that to create a surge or one-time or startup money to fund a large fire mechanism? So would there be a way to take a portion of the kicker, allocate that into account, potentially to gain interest even? But it would be a set-aside amount that could be used to start paying for a large fire. It's kind of a one-time option. Legislators, I may have to sit down. I'm told.
I'm sorry, Travis, they didn't benefit from our meeting, so I just gave them our.
All right, third on the list was lottery dollars. So we talked about lottery dollars and the importance of, are there some options with lottery? We talked through with legislative revenue, what may be available. Again, there's a couple different options available. Again, all of these, I think, require constitutional change to some degree or pretty significant legislative lift, as many of these dollars are already committed to other community pieces. The fourth one was a tax lot assessment. So I believe where the group kind of landed with this one, I believe it fits with the concept that we talked about earlier, which was the $10 or $20 and 4133. Was there a way to do some kind of a statewide fee or tax lot assessment, whether that's a dollar amount or some kind of assessment? But wanted to float that with the group. And then the last one, and somebody mentioned it earlier, I think, picking up pop cans, I think was the comment earlier. Is there a way to get to the bottle bill? And two things with this. One is, are there revenues that are not already claimed with bottle bills? Or two, and this seems to getting the most interest, was there a way to add existing to the bottle version? So those generated a variety of different numbers. So I wanted to check in with the group and make sure for folks that were part of that work group, if that's what they were called, that's what our notes had in terms of priority order. as we talked about kind of these larger statewide reallocation items. Any members? Group, thumbs up? So seeing none, hearing none, I think, again, these were some options and, as the work group met during the summer. And as we look at, these 4 buckets and we think of a broader statewide approach, which was the bucket over on the left, part of our charge in developing a comprehensive plan was to look at some alternatives. And those were the alternatives that we came up with over the summer. Again, I think ending balance and rainy day fund was kind of rose to the top as probably the most palatable. And then also, is there a way to create a large fire fund with a one-time surge out of the picture were the 2 most palatable?
Agencies, do you need any more clarity on any of these before, moving forward? Were there any questions in your mind around what these mean that the work group could help with today?
I don't. I think what we were hoping to do was say yes, further evaluate these. We have some numbers that we can show in November. I think that in terms of revenue generation, as we look at the sector work, we look at the different elements in the budget note that we've talked about today, and then bring this back with all of the other pieces and all of the other elements that we've discussed, bring that all back to some degree in November. We just want to make sure that we're allocating our time and looking at this.
So we'll see more in November. Go ahead and then have.
Just one quick question, the tax law, was that what was, are we referring to what was initially proposed in 4133?
Second.
Okay, because there was a difference in terms of tax law versus tax account.
Yes, it's statewide.
So with tax law, we're being broad, it could be tax account versus tax law.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to explain?
I was asked to explain a little bit of what was in 4133 and initial discussions of 4133 was discussed to look at tax lots, but there was a recognition quickly, even by Senator Steiner, who doesn't have a tax lot per se, as she was in a condominium, a large building in downtown Portland. She said, well, wait a minute, that wouldn't impact me, and I need to be a part of that solution, so it shifted to tax account. Where she does have some real property, and so she had an account, so she was included in that. And there is a difference in the total number of tax lots within the state. There are more tax accounts within the state, so even businesses can have a tax account for their property and other assets that can be broken out, right? So there would be some cases with tax accounts where perhaps a business may be paying multiple $10 fees versus one tax lot.
Travis, just clarity on the rainy day fund, is that a percentage of, or is that, not a percentage to create the smoky day fund?
I remember it back, looking at the way LRO did it, there's 2 different ways you can do it. You can aim for a lump sum and that creates a percentage, or you could say, in terms of the crummy day fund, I think is what we, right, because it could be used for all natural disasters. If I remember right, it's 1.5% of the budget goes into the ending balance. And so you could say 3% still goes there, the other 0.2% would go to the crummy day fund. And that would, that's the magic, or is it, we do 2%, then 0.5% goes to crummy day fund and the 1.5 stays in the traditional rainy day. It's the concept more than the, or you can pick lump sum number.
So the bottom bill piece, I had proposed at a nickel. And I see you cut it back to 3 cents. Why?
We'll roll it back up to it
I'm
now.
happy with the nickel. I thought I remembered somebody was. Yeah, a nickel for, yeah, I mean, drink a beer for Wildfire seems like that sells itself. So we could put it back to a nickel. I think what Travis and I thought we heard was that there was some issues related to, charging more for key, like, water, key elements of life. Yes.
20 cents, people are still gonna drink.
Yeah.
And a tax broader because it takes. Okay, so my simple way of thinking of that was very inelastic product, whether it's water. How many of you driving to Pendleton stopped at a gas station and got a Gatorade, a water, a energy drink? If it raised a nickel, you'd still buy it. And your funding would be more, would be even to elevated as population increase. Talked about in our earlier meetings, how do we get people that visit Oregon to help pay for Oregon? Super simple, and a nickel, if I remember right, on everything added 200 million. It's a huge number. My question was, why'd you cut it back to 3 cents? Why'd you take 2 cents out?
I'm happy with it, 200 million.
That's a big change.
So I think, I'm looking at the analysis, and I think in the analysis, it was 10 cents was the analysis that was run, and it generated $400 million of buy-in.
10 cents.
10 cents, $400 million off of 10 cents. So it's currently, I think, at 10 cents now. So if you raised it to 20 cents, that would generate $400 million a buy-in.
But he's saying he recommended 5.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
So
200.
we'll call it a typo, and I can put 10 cents back in, and you'll get 400 million. So, we can put 5 cents back in, sorry.
The Calvin's amendments.
We got the friendly amendment from the Calvinists, raise the five.
If I remember right, there was a couple of needs that were almost impossibilities, for one, the kicker. I have in my notes, I could be wrong, but it takes a 2/3 vote of the legislature to change anything in the kicker. So my question would be, because I'm looking after, these guys are gonna have to do a lot of work to kind of look into these even further. Is there some of these that we want to just take out today so that we don't waste their time and their time can be used better somewhere else? So like the kicker, which is kind of like a kicker down the road because it takes a 2/3 vote. So, so that was one that was pretty hard to get. And if I remember right, to the Oregon lottery. Was it the Oregon lottery one that was also fairly difficult?
No, I think, I think the NB, we're gonna have to do some math, but what I recall, my notes show that any balance for any day fund, I believe required a change to a formula depending on what the solution was. And, I believe, and I'm looking for some help, but that may be a constitutional change because I think it's set up that way. So that, number one, would require constitutional change. Kicker would require constitutional change. Lottery, I believe it was the one that was the most readily accessible in terms of does it require a constitutional change or not. I believe the tax law, depending on how that was structured, there could be constitutional change around that. And then the bottom bill, I don't recall.
The kicker would not need a constitutional amendment if it were one time. It needs to.
Thank you.
And the lottery, if you did it, so it was a permanent solution, like we say, the state wants, and that does require.
So I think there's a complex, governance structure around each of these, and we can do some more work on them, but those were built.
Well, I think, I want to just say that part of the reason that we're having this conversation again today is for the benefit of our additional folks here. It's a sort of a recap of the conversation. I'm just gonna remind us that there were more items on the list. The main thing that got bumped because everybody said it's dead on arrival is sales tax. So that got bumped. There were challenges associated and identified and talked about with all of these, whether it's, harder politically to get it passed, whether there's so much more competition for this kind of finite resource. But this is our impression of sort of what bubbled up. I was kind of like, do this, and there was a lot of conversation around the kicker, just to bring that back. It being one opportunity for a one-time kind of surge investment. So it might be palatable given that kind of framing around it. That was the thing that I'm recalling from the conversations, but there was one thing that got bumped. And yes, I think that 3 cents wasn't really, but I do think that part of the conversation was a sort of like flagging of some equity questions around, asking people to pay more through that mechanism. But it wasn't off the table, and that's why it's still up there on the list. Yeah, Calvin's nice there.
Can we hear from our legislators what if there's anything up there that's just possibilities?
I think we do have an opportunity to hear some reflections from the legislators about this and other things. I think it's helpful for you all to kind of inform people about what it would take. I do just want to make sure with the work group, if there's any other sort of like pushback or concerns around potentially pursuing these, that we hear about those now, so we just don't, like you said, Frank, we don't ask them to do more work on this than necessary. And we'll probably take a break and then come back and invite.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, and then to your question, are there other components of it?
Yeah.
When Doug's still around, it feels funny to talk about it when he's still around. Doug and I talked about the flat fee at one point, and he kind of threw out that, well, this is our idea of the statewide district. And in the context of the previous conversation that you two so ably carried us through, are there flags with that a $10 fee might then pull out, would trigger the 5 acres and the structure? You know what I mean, the dual assessment then. I know that there's a lot of other what you call problems, but that one, I just haven't occurred to me.
Good question, Casey. That concern has not come up in previous conversations that I've had, or at least iterations of, say, a statewide district, right? Not specific to that dual assessment issue and the house and 5 acres and that kind of thing. It's really about the compression, right? 5 and 50, and that's where it really runs into headwinds.
Yeah. We're pointing at you. You can point all of them. Okay, thank you.
Any other recall from last conversation? No, some of you weren't part of it, so I want to acknowledge that. We want to fill in the gaps if there are questions or if we missed anything from that conversation that folks recall. Brendan.
I stepped out, I wanted to make clear, or at least here that it was said, this largely was for the large events, right? To get those cash flow issues that ODF experiences, that OSFM experiences. This is for a large, Chair Kelly uses Smoky Day Fund, if you will, to help pay for 190 million or 270 million that you're required cash flow this season. So we're looking for a large sum of money that we can have a balance in an account. One, as you said, is some surge perhaps to establish an account, start generating some interest on it, and then these also are looking at keeping that fund whole throughout the years.
That's right, Brandon. I think as we were talking about our kind of 3 layers of things we need to solve for, right? Base, large fire funding, mitigation. And, you know, this could be that large fire fund. And I also think of this in terms of our mitigation, our realistic opportunity to get some mitigation work accomplished. That's what I'm thinking about, both of those things in this.
Oh, sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Kyle, these are long-term solutions. Have you guys had the discussion about that short-term solution for cash flow? You know, I don't know what it'd take when we, you know, the department's gonna have to go get a loan from the treasury at some point to pay the bills. That's one road, one potential scenario. But, you know, we're taking loan out from ourselves. So I don't know what the constitutional side boards are there. Treasury has to give the agency or a agency for this natural disaster. You know, is there an option for a 0 interest loan to keep the state of Oregon good and paying the bills on time?
It's something that's been rattling in my brain, Pat. I don't know that this group we've specifically had the conversation about, okay, we need a near term, like for next fire season stopgap, which is what you're talking about, right? I'm not sure what it would look like to say, hey, Treasury, you've got to be prepared to make this loan for these purposes. I suspect that's a pretty tall ask, but we can have that conversation. But to your point, Travis and I probably are thinking about in terms of a recommendation of like, here's an initial absolute stopgap and a longer term solution. And I haven't quite gotten all the way there in my brain. And we probably need to have that conversation.
So I think of it as, at some point, whether it's ODF or another agency, you know, there's an opportunity for a deficiency warrant. It's like, look, we just can't meet our statutory obligations with the funding we have. And so it's something that's kind of how I look at it. I mean, whether it's the board but in the interim, some opportunity for a 0 interest loan to keep the lights on and move forward.
By proxy of you bringing that up, it allows Travis and I to bullet and maybe put it in the report.
That and many other ideas that have been surfaced, and through your work, we're gonna revisit those this afternoon and see if there are some that folks feel compelled to bring forward. That might be one that you wanna suggest, but we will come back to that. Thanks for flagging it.
I'll address my comments offline in the break.
Speaking of which, should we take a break? Yeah, let's take 15 minutes and we'll come back 5 after 3. So those on Zoom will be reconnecting as you. Take a look, bring forward, share some context, and also share some ideas that you may have. So we've heard some of that, that's now in the pool of ideas. I went back and just grabbed hold of all of the other ideas that folks have surfaced in this process through the 75 submittals in July. It's probably not perfectly categorized, it's not in any particular order, it's just a reference sheet for all of us. So you can see that there were other ideas that, you know, remember, we went through a couple of iterations of conversations, but we didn't really deliberate, it's on the table, it's off the table. There are some things that have been carried forward for analysis that are primarily state reallocation ideas. And now we have some sector kind of targeted specific, there's a number of other things on the table. So I'm setting that context really for us for our next meeting in November. you still need to help the agencies kind of see what the pool of potential solution sets can look like. And so dropping some ideas into those 4 buckets, recognizing that the land classification and the landowner assessment piece is a specific targeted thing, and we're gonna sort of leave that off and have a group see if you might come up with a proposal to bring back in. But then there's the other 3, and so it's kind of looking at some of those other either targeted or broad new sources really of funding into the pool. So I wanted to just tee that up. I think some of you are maybe already thinking about some ideas and maybe even thinking about bringing some proposals forward. So I wanted to give just a little bit of airtime for people to just either note things from this list, you know, I'm not gonna, don't pull that one, okay. It's on the list, so if you wanna bring it forward, and you can try to compel the group to sort of carry that. So just take a minute, just kind of pause, reflect on those. And then if there are folks who say, I wanna resurface this or I wanna bring this idea forward, flesh it out a little bit more. Let's let folks know that that's coming now so that we can be ready for it. And so we can actually make space for it in the next conversation.
And just to orient people, this is a 2-page handout, it's not stapled, but there's number 1 on the first sheet and number 3 on the second, so if you can get both, let us know.
Not saying that it should be a hunting license, but if there are other vehicles that once we're going to pay that we could do an opt-out and fee, that might be a significant revenue generator. And just the idea of voluntary contributions, particularly for mitigation, is something my family would support. I know a lot of Oregonians would pay to have our forests in better shape. For benefits for wildlife and fish and recreation, and we'd all benefit from that kind of work. So if there was a way to opt out or opt into that kind of idea, that would be something we would be interested in pursuing.
And has anyone in this room ever worked on something like that?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, or an opt-out idea. Has anybody ever worked on something like that? Yes, Brian.
So Brian Stewart, OCA, I have not worked on it, but I used to live in Washington. And I remember, Washington State Parks going through an effort to have an opt-in the, on the vehicle registration for state parks. And they flopped it to opting out because it generated like X times the revenue. And so, I think, as long as there's a fair education campaign about for what it is, right, just making sure it's clear, we're not trying to, not give people the information about what they could opt out to. Opting out would, at least in that case, provide significant more revenue.
Awesome. Well, I do wonder if any of the ideas that floated before have the potential, there's adjacent ideas that might have the potential to kind of formulate around that type of a strategy. So food for thought, maybe come back to that. Are there other ideas that folks are pulling forward?
John, yes, this is not on this list, I was just thinking about if there was a license plate that had a wildfire on it. And those ones, but you get like a pretty rad license plate. And that's for dedicated, just like what the guys.
That's for, that's the classic, that's for, but.
Smokey the Bear.
Smoky, yeah. Smoky Bear's already there. But it's a good idea. What else?
There's a lot of good ones.
Okay.
I think.
There's some good ideas on the list.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say that, I didn't know, I didn't really understand, until, Chad and I had an extended conversation about the difference between a real estate investment trust and a timber investment management organization. Did I get that right? The TIMO one? What I started to learn and realize that, you know, real estate investment trusts, am I getting this right? That, the way that they're structured is highly advantageous for tax purposes. And because general fund in Oregon is primarily driven by income taxes, whether it's corporate income tax or personal income tax, that those particular structures are really good at avoiding general fund, which is, as we all learned, about half or more of fire suppression, and is most of all of mitigation sources of funding. And so the idea of crafting a tax that's specific to REITs pulling their weight for wildfire and then having that split across the different sources, right? So the four, and then having it go to the four based upon the proposal that you all shared with us. So you got those different number sets, right? And then basically putting it, matching it to the amounts that are relative to that 400 million per biennium is an idea that I think could have some traction as part of the solution, right? It's not gonna be the whole solution, and it needs to be just part of it. But that's one that I think could get, that I'd be happy to flesh out more. I've written a little bit on it, just to help understand the history of the structure, relative to other timber companies in Oregon that are, in my view, pulling their weight. But there's some really cool ones on there too.
Okay.
Take it back again. What are yours? What are yours?
Brian Stewart, OCA, just to kind of look at the first page, the fire service ideas. You know, to talk about the one, I guess starting at the bottom, the 911 tax on cell phones. I think I spoke on this at one of the subcommittees, but for the entire work group. So 911 tax on cell phones, and any line that is able to commit transmit voice to the public safety answering point, pays $1.25, I think, right now for 911, and that's just for call taking. That's not for dispatch, that's just anything to receive the call, phones, call takers. And then there's 40 cents that's also paid on each phone line that goes to the suicide line 908. I don't know if there's a great nexus for the 911 tax. But I know as we look at next gen and the cost of that, some other pieces, that would be, that may also be looked at in the future. And again, just 911 tax as it sits and the statute goes, it follows law. So it's for call taking, and those tax dollars follow the law provider. It's really unassociated with fire. And looking at a couple others, there's the removing public safety for the $10 tax cap, which correlates with the 1-2 above it, which is a bigger paragraph talking about exception compression. And I think if we were talking about moving things out from underneath the $10 cap, that opens up a much broader segment of, does that $10 cap stay where it's at? And as I mentioned earlier, we have some tax districts that are down in the 50 or 60 cent range, and others that are up much higher. And so that removal from that $10 cap would be very different. But maybe that third bullet point down has some greater merit and interest on my review of it. It's just looking at, like, if you exempt no tax dollars from compression for the fire district, that might be a different piece rather than moving them outside of the cap and giving them their own line item. So I think those are a couple good pieces. I mean, urban renewal is a challenging one. And again, that's just allowing what we would be seeking. And there's been a couple examples 1537 and 2980, each of which use a unique loan arrangement with the state to keep fire districts whole as they recognize the growth and the service demand impacts of that. So that is certainly, anything that we can do to keep those dollars moving forward is appreciated and of interest. And then talking to SDCs, recognizing there's a bunch of challenges with SDC where we're at. And there might be some other avenues, whether it's social excise tax or something else that may provide a similar benefit, but may not have the same obstacles. And I can maybe pull a couple of things together for a future meeting about providing these options. Thank you.
Okay. What I briefly suggest, Carl, briefly suggest or entertain the idea on the transportation front, like increasing or improving the right of ways on our state highways to include more, I'm gonna say mowing, that's not the right term, but maybe extending the gravel or the improved areas around our state highways, because everybody accesses our public lands typically off the state highway. If we're gonna have a big focus on transportation, perhaps that improvement, if that's the right word, improvement of our state right of ways can help on the mitigation side as far as our fire problem goes. I didn't see that on the list.
And just to manage that, I think OSFM, you all worked on something, so I'm looking at, OSFM worked on something with like this through Senate Bill 762, right? But probably it was just general fund.
You want to say anything about it? Oh, Travis?
Yeah, sorry, actually. I think it was the EVAC route, it's actually not that I think about it.
It was part of the community wildfire risk reduction grant.
Yeah, so as part of, I think, defensible space and community risk reduction, it's evacuation grounds out of communities and, that being a priority along with defensible space, so that not only are homes more survivable, but evacuation routes for really two purposes. One, to get firefighters in, and to get firefighters out. So that's ultimately at the end of the day, I think we're going to.
Brian, can you just confirm which ideas you talked about, which ones are you going to maybe do a little work on?
Thank you. I will follow up on the first bullet point, related to urban renewal. The second bullet point, I think is already being addressed by this, the worker piece. I'll also follow up on the third, which has to do exempting for my read of it, just exempting the fire district tax from compression, but not removing them from the $10 cap outside of that. And then I'll look at an alternative to the SDC piece. There's a couple other topics that we talked about that we bring back.
Anybody want to join in? You can reach out to Brian separately and help out with that one.
And I recall this, Casey, Jim McCauley, Casey Kula, Jim McCauley kind of added this in another meeting about the strategic investment program and how it also acts similar to the urban renewal district in that it caps, it stops increases in property tax associated with big investments. And one that I'm thinking of, and I'm looking not at you, Eric, I'm Chad, Hampton recently upgraded their mill in Willamette, and they've got a $20 million property tax exemption on that. But they potentially, and that's a state run program that requires county commissioner approval. And it makes me wonder whether fire districts also being considered as exempt from that would also benefit, because it's like the urban renewal and that you're like, hey, I don't have the funding anymore. And Jim McCauley was all about it.
Yeah, talk to Jim.
I would suggest a couple of things that Jim be included, and probably Brandon, especially when we start talking about measure 50, measure 5.
Because you are going to have the floodgates open by the libraries, the sewer cemetery districts, that one there, Matt and I were talking about it, is that while it's conceptually good, the moment that anybody opens that, it's gonna be crazy. I think that from this discussion, it's really important that the fire districts have a voice when they're talking about urban renewal districts and even SDCs, because both of those, basically just talking about the Hamptonville, but we can think of, I don't know, in Prineville, all those buildings, whether they're out in the county, in a fire district or in the Prineville Fire District or something, but we can see the implication right there, and I think it's fairly easy to justify those. But mainly the measure 50, since it's a constitutional issue, it's gonna be an uphill lift because you think the TLT is a big one. I mean, I don't even know how many meetings I've been at, even with small cities going, if we could just get rid of measure 5 and measure 50, and if they see there's gonna be someone at the cloth, it'll be a real war. But I would touch base with my colleague Brandon and with Jim and make sure where they're gonna land, because it might be a non-starter just for that. Not gonna put it on the spot right now, but it's gonna be tough. I was just thinking that in the interest of time and looking through these, that some of them we've already discussed about the motorhome travel trailer fees. ODOT's already broke, they're hardly gonna have anybody else in on to that discussion. Driver's licenses, I think Senator Gerard said that was theirs. So when we kind of go through, when we move on to the next page of the surcharge on electricity, once again, as a rancher farmer, we're going, oh gee, is this gonna affect my pumping loads and my pumping fees? And so I think that's gonna be a fun year Calvin discussion too, because is there gonna be an ag exam? Some of these just need some clarification.
I think I'll clarify first, this was the brainstorm phase. And so Mark's trying to get rid of some, and I think there's nothing it's more about what are folks compelled to bring forward as opposed to taking this, because there's so many ideas. I think we'll be able to say there were a number of ideas, which ones are compelled to go forward from here. So if you see any that you feel like let's compel, voice those today. And then
I'm just wondering if maybe there's an option to combine a few of these based off of Kyle's comments earlier around the opt-out. And it looks like some of these broad inputs tied to out-of-state tourism recreation, the kind of first 3 bullet points there might be good to look at having an opt-out. And maybe sure. The first one is provide a means for the state to collect fees at state parks on behalf of the local responding fire agency. The second is increase in motorhome, travel trailer, camper, heavy trailer, utility / light trailer DMV late fees. And the third is driver license fee. I was just talking with Brendan, if we looked at the $10 fee per tax lot or tax account, and it was an opt-out, it wouldn't likely cause the compression issues that.
Okay, all right, so we're getting a little bit of traction on that strategy idea. Anybody held to work on one or more of those? Kyle is willing to do it. Anyone, if you want to join, talk to Kyle or reach out to us. But appreciate seeing some that might be there at the ready for considering that kind of a strategy. All right.
There's one that I know, yeah, sorry.
I wish I had.
Yeah, Casey, right, I know, just like right here, one of these, I recall from conversations with Dylan Cruz is from him, and so I wanted to like promote that, he was interested in a combination of a harvest tax rate and a value-based rate, so volume and value based upon essentially good years, bad years, and I wanted to put that out there that his version of it is much more eloquent than I could ever get it credit for, but I'm happy to work with them on making it stronger or having more broad-based support. And that's the first bullet point on page 3. Yeah, it's.
So when we were brainstorming, all on the surcharge on metered electricity, I was thinking about what do we all use in the state, as a state solution, we all use electricity, maybe we can narrow that down to residential meter, you know, and when we're talking a quarter of a cent, you know, you're talking like $1.50 per person in the household per month. And it's self-graduating as the population increases or the electrical use increases. Those commercial accounts that are brokered or farm use for irrigation, they're at a reduced rate, you know, we need to recognize those services and those things that we need. But when we go back to Kyle's slide of causes, acres and costs incurred in the state, utilities are high. And so that's kind of where I was going back to the cost, that what are our risks and what are our potential threats? And that's just one of the things of modern society is the electricity. But if we pay for it on the meter bin, we could, you know, we all share it. And you can actually self-regulate. If you want to be a little more conservative in the household and reduce those costs, you're reducing what you're contributing. And so, I came to the committee and group asking for, you know, technical experts. I'm kind of sad that our utility guy wasn't here, wasn't able to log on, just to hear, you know, I know what I know what I don't know, the problems not knowing what I don't know. And, you know, get some experts, brain wrapped on this. And you talked about a mechanism that's already in place of the billing system and how it would be moved back to the state, as far as the use of it. And I do want to also go back to, we talked about driver's license and those things that are sacred to the DMV. As we know, ODOT's short of funds. You know, I want to just maybe expand on the fee on pneumatic tires, because whether you use your vehicle for commercial or into business or recreation, you can capture all that based on 50 cc's above. My numbers tell me it's about $6.5 million annually with 12,000 miles annually on a vehicle, or just for the simple math of 60,000 miles on a set of tires, unless if it's an electrical vehicle because they're heavier, and you capture that. You know, in my district this year, we've had 2 significant fires, probably totaling close to $6 million that were caused by motor vehicles. One, we have no known cause. That was unfortunately a fatality on a motor vehicle. And it came off the state highway and county road. So you capture that threat regardless of where it is, put it in the system, back into your buckets. Again, anybody wants to help on vetting that out, I appreciate it.
All right, so Pat's gonna work on the pneumatic tires one. We can circle back with our utilities rep and he is planning to join the November conversation and have some additional thoughts and ideas beyond, I think, the statement that he shared for today. We can follow up on this one as an option. At least get some information back, whether it's a proposal or not. Okay, so we've got the list and there's people that we've identified or have self-identified to work on some items. We'll follow up with a communication back to everybody about that. So if you are so moved or willing to help those folks work on something, also please, if you're working on something and you know, I actually need that person to agree for us to go forward with this, you might want to reach out to them before November and have that conversation and see if you can get to a place that's, you know, palatable. So I just encourage a lot of cross-pollinating in this, and again, just really appreciate that people are willing to continue to lift this conversation up. It's been a huge showing today. I feel like this has been just just really value add and appreciated conversations that you're having today. I think with that, we'll pivot and invite our ex officios to share some observations. I'll start back here with our legislators. You can throw it like a hot potato or jump in. All right, we'll start with you. Thanks so much.
Not my early statements into this segment. This section, I'm chairing the climate, energy, environment committee in the House, so there's a lot of things that intersect and overcross in this particular conversation. But let me just say first, I appreciate the brainstorming and all the conversation from this, because there isn't a perfect answer. And we don't know what all of our colleagues are going to do or not do. So the more things that have been talked about and fleshed out, the more helpful that's going to be from a standpoint when we're reaching that. From my perspective, the other part that's so important about this is once we get to this session, it's very difficult to have very in-depth conversations. So the more that comes out and the more that's in that report, the more that will help the decisions when we start really having these legislature. So I only speak for myself. I don't speak for my 50 manager colleagues in the House. Representative Levy is the other one that could be here. She's in London, but we have conversations about this. I tend to be more on the side of solutions that deal with trying to solve the problem longer term, meaning that rather than a one-time fix. And I appreciate talking about the general fund, but the problem with the general fund is every 2 years the legislature can change that. So I'm open to some of the conversations and things here from the standpoint of how we do it in a way that commits more going forward. So we won't solve the whole thing, but we fix some of those questions going forward so you don't have to keep revisiting. So I appreciate those. The other thing I would just say is I like those circles up there, different buckets. Because from my perspective, again, as a legislature, there are different ways we can address those. And so I'd like to take care of one, make sure that's in order. And part of that goes back to the conversation about House Bill 4133. There's several components and things there I'd like to see us be able to get resolved and take care of it, put that aside, so we can address the other part. So that's kind of my approach to this. But I just want to say I appreciate the work that you're all doing on this. It doesn't bother me to have conversations that may indeed later somebody else may not like the conversation. We do that all the time. I just it doesn't always get to be public. But I like to have those conversations like this that we don't necessarily. If we don't put them out there and have them on the table now, we may regret later not having those conversations. So again, I continue to look forward to work to the November and December, and just appreciate all the time and effort that you put into this. Stay up, Brock.
Hi, I'm Fred Gerard. I am a state senator from San Diego Canyon. I actually sit on Ways and Means and chair capital construction. I've been there about 20 years, which is about 20 years too long. There are a lot of ideas out here, and once again, I want to thank everyone that's here, because one thing's for certain, we all have the same goal. We want to fix this underfunding. And it is very, very paramount for me. This is my last go around. This is just, I'm done. So after four more years, and that's it. And well, my good friend here on my right, he's done too. And so we've agreed that we're going to carry some form of 4133 forward. And also, I want to clear up some stuff that we can do within the budget process itself. First of all, our general fund this session, we're over $1 billion light. And when I say that, and there's some caveats to that, that's by continuing service budget levels, which there's all kinds of inflationary factors, salary increases and whatever. It's not by zero-based budget analysis. But money's going to be tight this time. It's not going to be like it has been the last 2 to 3 years. It just isn't. There was some other things too about the rainy day fund, which I kind of like that idea, but then I got thinking about it. And there's a problem with that, and I talked to Travis about it. We just had to increase the cap on that. And we're gonna, I think over time, we're gonna hit that cap fairly soon again. And so if you're gonna put it as a percentage, that might not be a long-term solution. So the one I gotta tell you that I really like for a long-term solution is exactly how we fixed state parks a long time ago. And that was to give them a percent of lottery. Now, you have to do, there's 2 ways to do it, and I talked to Travis about this. One is you could go in and beg for the money in a one-time session thing. Just like Representative Lively says, that's good for one session, that's not gonna help you permanently. But the solution with parks was, kind of Brady Adams came up with this idea, he took it to the ballot box and then asked people if they were willing to spend a certain percentage of lottery towards parks, and they overwhelmingly said yes. And so if we get it on the ballot, I'm convinced it'll pass easily. Now, the question is, how do you get it on the ballot? There's 2 ways that we could do that. One is the legislature itself could put it on the ballot, which we probably have a bill that's to do that. It may or may not pass. If the legislature does that, they control the ballot title and it goes to the voters directly. Second way is to gather signatures. And there are a bunch of people that have a stake in this. I think that would be willing to put up some money to get the signatures to put it on the ballot. I've done that before on a given. So I think that's one approach that, for me, I quite like. There's other ideas in here that I think are absolutely wonderful, but I don't think they generate the money that I'm looking for. Because I want a big fix instead of a whole bunch of small fixes, because I just think it's easier than to fix it once and be done. But that's me. I'm not in the majority. And so my opinion, it's worth about that much. But I do have quite a bit of say in 2 major committees. So that's my 2 minutes worth. And I see my boss over the counter over there, Jeff Goldens. I'll turn it over to him. He'll tell you what he thinks is the best.
Boy, I'd like to be your boss, Senator Giroir. Well, and Representative Lively is my counterpart in the House, and they're both modeled some good, concise remarks that I'm not going to follow up on, because I've watched your last 2 or 3 meetings and scribbled notes and had a lot I wanted to talk about. I don't want to take too much time today, so I'm going to do something that I don't like to do very much, which is to do some reading of some of my notes, because I don't want to ramble too much. I do want to start by the really sincere expression of gratitude for the work you folks are putting in. Very clear today, very clear the last few meetings, how seriously you take this and how much you want to fulfill the charge of bringing us a good, actionable recommendation. So really, very sincere thanks for that. And you discovered how hard really this fulfilling this charge is. And I suspect it's maybe even harder than it appears because of the times where Senator Giroir talked about being light on the budget. And I noticed one of the first slides of the day said that on principles, said that wildfire funding should be a priority investment for the state. There is a staggering number of priority investments for the state sort of coming due in the next session. I was in a meeting recently, just sort of doodling on my yellow pad and filled the whole page with high ticket item needs that are not getting funded in the current budget. You know, and the big one now that's getting all the limelight is transportation, as our fuel tax system is failing us. But there's a long list of them. And all of them have groups of people talking, looking at different sources potentially to fund them. and probably drafting bills to do it, probably smaller groups than this, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're not seeing the same slides of options on the screen. So all of these are gonna be highly competitive. Pretty much every source of revenue that's come up in discussions will be fought for by the folks who are carrying the spear for revenue needs. So getting where we need to be will take measures that will make some folks, maybe all folks, really uncomfortable. And with that in mind, I want to touch on an option that Casey Cool mentioned a few minutes ago as a candidate for one component, just one component of the package. And it would be the restoration of a value-based timber severance tax on the lines of the one that was discontinued in the 1990s. Maybe only for the timber REITs, real estate investment trusts. And one reason it deserves consideration is that Wildfire would have a more logical nexus and claim to this kind of tax than all the other needs do, whether it's more housing, mental health, Measure 110, substance abuse treatment, transportation, failing judicial system, water infrastructure, you name it. And that's, of course, because state resources go towards suppressing big fires that threaten the core asset of this industry. And there is a section of this industry that's taken advantage of the federal tax code that does not contribute corporate taxes, income taxes to the general fund. So to talk about why this is fair, we take more time than we have today. There's that historical context. And I think a thin packet is being developed that we're going to ask Robin to send out for consideration before the next meeting. Thin because we hope you'll all read it. I do want to say not everybody's going to like this packet. This topic has been subject to several analyses over the years. And in the end, every one of them, I think, probably stirred up more arguments than it settled. So it's not a slam dunk kind of thing, but I hope you will read what gets sent out and see if you think it's worth pursuing. We strive to be fair and accurate and keep it thin so that it gets read. But there is no way around the fact that this topic gives heartburn to some people in this room. And I honestly don't think there's any way to get to the adequacy that's part of the charge without a lot of heartburn. Now, our task is more about distributing the heartburn as fairly and bearably as we can. I think it's important to remember that the discontinued severance tax was based on value, while today's harvest tax is based on volume. And I want to do a little rough math to give that some context. House Bill 4133, among other things, proposed an increase in the part of the harvest tax that goes to wildfire purposes from 63 cents to 92 cents per 1,000 board feet. And then OFIC said, well, why don't we just round that up to $1? So for purposes of conversation, I'm gonna say, put the figure of $500 on the value of 1,000 board feet of timber these days. It varies across the state of different species, but that's an okay rough figure to make the point. So if the 5% tax on value that was part of the severance tax that was discontinued in the 90s were applied, that's 5% on $500 or $25 in tax revenue for wildfire and other purposes. With the current harvest tax based on volume instead of value, that $500 sale would yield 63 cents for firefighting. And then with this new offer to go to $1 for firefighting. Now that $1 would be 1/25th of what the revenue would be produced if the old value-based severance tax were in place. Now, to be fair, 63% cents is not the whole harvest tax. A whole harvest tax that goes to purposes other than wildfire, so a little north of 5% per 1,000 board feet. But still, that's $5 instead of $25, which it would be if it were value-based That's 1/5 instead of 1/25. So we're really talking significant difference, whether we talk about value or volume. And it really means that however high the value of the sale of this timber goes, you're still at $1. No matter how high it goes, I really feel that needs a reexamination. So I guess I'd like to close by saying, we all know and everyone has said that this package needs several components. And I've heard it said again and again that this is an all-Oregon problem that needs all Oregonians to pitch in. I don't think anybody disputes any of that. But if our plan asks Oregonians, finds different components, all of which sort of amount to a general tax, a fee per tax slot, something on the electric meter, something on tires, there's a list of them, pretty good ideas. But if they all go to the general public, you have a load that I can't see getting required votes in the legislature. Again, we're talking about 60% to raise taxes. And I'm thinking about what happened in my email inbox when House Bill 4133 was first discussed, when it included a $10 per tax slot assessment. I probably got 1,000 emails. They're not individual emails, they're coordinated, and they all say the same thing, pretty much. And they all say, you people have lost your minds if you think we can pay any more these days with all that's happening around wildfire and everything else. You gotta, we're gonna recall all of you, the whole 9 yards. So now we're talking, if we went just with a series of kind of general taxes and fees, you're gonna be asking 60% of the legislature to vote for these increases that would, run into the hundreds of dollars per household, while they're getting buried with emails that are close to life. And I don't see a path there. If there is a path, it's send your folks to, this is literally a life and death issue for our communities. So yes, our plan will hit you in the pocketbook. It's an all Oregonian problem, but our plan also asks every possible sector to take a share of the pain because our state survival is at stake. And I think the restoration of a fair timber severance tax, again, targeted at the REITs, show that we're calling for all hands on deck. And then finally, the point about the ending balance and how it appeared at the top of your list, after all, it's rainy day fund, it's a rainy day, it is a smoky day. In an important way, the reserves and the ending balance are already in play. We have a bill pending for so much more in suppression of wildfire costs this season than we expected and budgeted for. It's not exactly clear how we're going to handle that, but very likely it's going to ripple through the budget process in a way that generally takes it out of the rainy day fund. That's our buffer fund. And it is a rainy day when it comes to what suppression costs us this season. So we're kind of already doing that suggestion in some fashion. With that, I don't want to take any more time. Happy to talk to anybody offline. I'm easy to find. I hope you will read that packet. And again, you're just doing yeoman's work to help solve this problem. Thank you.
Jim, do you want to?
Listen to all of you, and it's amazing how much work is going on, and I'm so pleased that I'm an ex officio member. I quickly learned that meant that didn't have to do the hard work. So, I'm board of forestry, we're supposed to represent all of Oregon. I'm going to talk about some similar themes, and I agree with all your principles, and I've been saying for years that it's an all Oregon problem, and that this is something that everybody's going to have to step up to. It's going to hurt everybody to do this right. No one's going to be happy. Everybody's got to pay more. What I struggle with in listening to some of the conversation today, in terms of what Roger, what OSPA is willing to do, and what
OFIC is presenting. It just feels to me like, I mean, and I just gotta say, it feels like people's got to hit their head and say, it just isn't recognizing the crisis that is happening. All the statistics, we've known this was gonna happen. We knew we were gonna continue to have fire season bigger and bigger. We've had a huge fire season. What should be that no one's surprised. And it's what I worry about, and it's very similar to what the senator is saying, is unless industry and landowners are stepping up in a bigger way and you know, having these presentations that are where the increases will not be indexed and essentially the presentation where because some of these fees hadn't been raised since 2007, basically didn't even bring them up to the level of what they were paying in 2007. That is not stepping up. That does not demonstrate anything to the legislature that we, landowners, we, industry, are taking this seriously, and we're gonna step up in a big way. And unless that message is loud and clear to the legislature, to all of those urban legislators and all, if they can see that industry, landowners are taking it seriously and stepping up in the big, then we have a chance of some big dollars. You know, then we have some chance on some opportunities with some of the reallocations and many other, the big ideas, not the little ones, on the big ideas. And I don't think we have a chance of the legislature doing something big, fix this problem, unless there's more coming from the industry and from landowners. I know that's tough, and I'm a landowner. I suffer with all this too, but just gotta say it. All right, enough.
Hi, everyone, Andrew Scobie, Insurance Commissioner. Just have some maybe information, background information I can share to add to what Kenton shared earlier today. First to say, Kenton did a good job of talking about the challenges the insurance industry is facing, both here in Oregon and around the country, from reinsurance costs and the $1 billion natural disasters occurring everywhere. He also mentioned correctly that the hurricanes that we're seeing in the southeast, the wildfires in California, those impact the companies that are operating here, but they cannot pass their losses on to Oregon consumers, which is really important. Because compared to those other states, we're actually faring pretty well. And our market here remains competitive compared to other states in terms of a lot of different metrics. Now, of course, to the homeowners in high wildfire areas who are having their policies not renewed, seeing premiums double that, saying, oh, we're doing well compared to others, and not much relief. But it is good news that our market is competitive and robust. He mentioned a figure, this loss ratio of 109%. That is a national number. In Oregon, the team's able to pull this. The overall for the P&C market is 95% in 2022. For the homeowners market, 2022, we get a very challenging year, $2 million plus losses. They had a 93% ratio, and that fell way down to 83% in 2023. Now, that said, that's an important number, but it's really simple. It's just comparing premiums collected versus claims paid. There's a lot of other metrics and numbers that I think you can provide if you're interested to gauge the healthiness of the market. As far as premiums paid, taxes and assessments and other things paid by the industry, mentioned that there is no premium tax paid. We're the only state in the country that does not assess a general insurance premium tax. California is at 2.3%, Washington at 2%, Nevada 3.5%, et cetera. But we do impose a corporate excise tax, and Kenton might have shared a number, I missed it. My team said there was about $62 million in 2022, that's what the state budget. There's also the state fire marshal tax, statutorily established 1.15% collected goes directly to fund the state fire marshal's office. And it has a direct connection to fire, and there's different assessments depending on the type of insurance. So if you have a fire only insurance policy, 100% of the premium that every company collects is taxed at 1.15%. For a homeowner's policy, 65% of the premiums collected is taxed at 1.15%. For an auto policy, 8% of the premiums collected is taxed at 1.15%. And those numbers are set by the legislature and statute. When the last assessment idea came up a few years ago, we were asked to do some research. We did a data call, just again, throwing out some data. This was 2019 data, so these numbers would all be higher. It showed 410 companies paying it. There were 4.8 million policies that were subject to fire marshal assessment, with $3.36 billion in for those policies collected. For fiscal year 24, that assessment is bringing in 21.6 million homes. Retaliatory tax, Ken mentioned that as well. Really complicated, we'll get into it. But that because we're the only state without a premium assessment, retaliatory tax is very important to us. We collect way more than any other state, and it's right now about $70 million a year. I'm asking, I could probably have before the next meeting a breakdown by sector, right? Because we have to keep in mind is if anyone wanted to increase or add a new tax fee or assessment, that would reduce the amount of retaliatory tax we bring in on about a 1-to-1 basis. That would be capped by how much money we're bringing in retaliatory taxes for the P&C sector. And maybe the last thing I'll mention, about 7 or so years ago, similar conversations were happening around how to fund the state Medicaid program. And as a comparison, there was a public measure that was introduced that passed that imposed a 1.5% premium assessment on the commercial health insurance market, with virtually all of that money dedicated to the Medicaid program. The legislature increased that to 2% in 2018. Those are sunsetting next year, but that brings in about $340 or $350 million a year. All but about $50 million of that goes directly to the Medicaid program. I'm glad to provide, here's a resource to provide more information, data, or anything else that anyone thinks would be helpful.
So we're looking ahead, I'll turn it to our fearless agency leadership here to talk about next steps, what you're doing with this, and I can share a little bit about our facilitation team will do next week.
From my perspective, really awesome discussion. A lot of you have been part of it, someone groups putting these together, and we've pushed and asked to get the whole process. And the work and the mindfulness and thoughtfulness that went into it was really impressive, and I think super important as we move forward and we think about our progress report in December. Being able to think through the conversations with each of the sectors, input from our ex officios on, what they're thinking, what realms of possibility exists, I think is also super valuable. So, from my perspective, and Chief Resident will give yourself out just a sincere thanks for all the work that you're doing. Number one. Number two, another sincere thanks for the work that we're going to do. So we just ran through the list. Some more topics, more work groups, the forest land classification, some land classification will be a big topic. I think as Kyle and I have kind of thought through it with our awesome facilitator team, We're really leaning towards, ideas that have been generated, discussions that we've had, discussions that we'll have in November. Talked about utilities that are coming to the table with some ideas. Other work groups, that will work over the next couple of weeks. Really kind of rolling that together and again, looking at it collectively across those big buckets. And we're gonna continue to anchor into those 4 big buckets, and continue to have conversations around, what we can do, where there's alignment, where there's agreement. And then roll up some meta themes too. I heard some meta themes, from the group today. And I think as we synthesize those and pull those back into November, that'll help shape where we're going in December. Ultimately, the agencies will provide a report to the legislature in December, and that'll be a progress report. And that'll really highlight, I think, some of the themes where there's alignment, where more discussion may need to occur, and how those pieces come together. So I think, again, sincere thanks for all the work to get us here. I know for Kyle and I personally, it was a hell of a fire season, and I know for many in this room, I look at Mark and I look at others, we're out there with the firefighters and to accomplish what we've accomplished. And to begin to build that foundation through a difficult fire season, to get to this place today, it's truly impressive. And from where I stand and where I sit and what I've seen, it's just been an honor to get to know you, just as people and as friends, and to work through this challenging topic. I was reflecting last night, this is just for me personally, this is probably a 15-year, 10-year conversation. This is, I think, what I counted was 5 different work groups that I've been on in my career with the Department of Forestry and now the State Fire Marshal, all trying to tackle these vexing and complexing issues. And so I'm really optimistic. I'm going to continue to remain optimistic. And it's really because of your leadership and your conversation. So we're going to stay positive, and I feel like there's some solutions at the end of the tunnel. And I feel like after 10 or 15 years, we're really moving in the right direction. It may not feel that way to some folks in the room. It may still feel uncomfortable. It may still feel like we need to talk through some things, but just from my observation and my perspective, we're moving ahead, and there's some really big themes and some really big things that I think are going to come out of it. So sincere thanks from Chief Russ Temple, the OSFM staff that are here, and each of you for participating, and then to our facilitation team for leading this group. So thank you.
That's why you let Trav go first, because he covers it all. I don't have a lot more to add, other than appreciation for the spot that we put many of you in, coming into this meeting, asking a really hard conversation for people that are already all the way in and suffering the losses. Hey, bring me another shilling. That's a tough thing to do. And you guys took that on and brought, to Trav's point, really good work that I think can help us continue to move the ball down the path. To not even be, to not be ambiguous about it. One of the things that I think we've universally achieved here is that we need to pay for our fire problem up front, right? Universally, if you pull apart all of the discussion today, that's a thing that we are agreeing on, right? So there's stuff like that, and Trav and I and some others in the room are saying it as we're having these conversations, and to that point, like, some of this is really frustrating, but we're making progress, and I really appreciate that from everyone in the room. And appreciation for how challenging these conversations are. So Trav nailed the kind of next steps. I think Robin's got some more on that, but we're gonna start to match up some things we think we're hearing about potential solutions with those needs that the agencies laid out over the summer, and start hopefully moving to a point of at least high level consensus for our reporting. So that'd be it.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks everyone for today. It has been just a great conversation, and just really felt a lot of solution building and movement towards coalescing around things, and so I appreciate that. I think a couple of other action items, and maybe going back to what's on the slide too. The agencies talked about putting together their progress report for the legislature, and the Oregon Consensus team will also be putting together a kind of separate report that's really about what was this work group and what did you do, what are the outcomes? So, you know, kind of, you'll be seeing 2 reports at the end of this. The process report will really lay out who was on the work group, what did you all do, kind of lay out from brainstorming to idea generation to coalescing around things, and then sort of laying out where we landed, what were some of the outcomes, and just some process recommendations, and some of the appendices for all the good work that's been happening over the past few months. So we'll be working on that and maybe bring a draft or an outline at least to the November meeting. And you all get to do some work before November too. I think we heard some good action items for the work group today. For the sector conversations, it just sounds like maybe fleshing out some of the sector ideas will happen over the next month. I heard to Roger and Chad maybe getting together to put together the House Bill 4133 compared to the 2 options, you know, maybe something around that. Land classification subgroup, we'll reach out to folks who said they were interested in that to get a meeting together. And then a lot of you, like I said, can follow up on some of the additional ideas, so we'll get some communications out about those that were on the list and see if there's anything that can be brought forward in November around that as well. And then we do have a November meeting, November 6th, sorry, 7th, thank you. And we're thinking Salem for that meeting. So we'll send out more information about the November 7th meeting, but we think that in person, it really works with this group, and we hope you all agree. Some of you joined online today, which is always necessary, but we're hoping as much as possible we can come in person to Salem. And I think that's it in terms of action items and kind of moving forward. I can hand it over to Doug as well. He's still here. Anything else? Doug? No, okay. All right. I think we're all remarks out.
Say thank you, Mr. Morgan, for hosting us in Hamilton. Super awesome. We've been in Bend, we've been in Hamilton. Sorry we'll be in Salem next, but thanks, Mr. Morgan, for hosting.